the state's Big Bend region.
It's going to be a huge system, 400 to 500 miles wide, so it's going to impact much of the Sunshine State and well inland.
Fox senior meteorologist Janice Dean says at landfall, the storm could be at Category 4 strength with a storm surge as high as 20 feet. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams, indicted in a federal corruption probe, defiantly says he will not resign.
I know I am innocent. I will request an immediate trials so the New Yorkers can hear the truth.
The indictment reportedly charges the mayor with accepting illegal campaign contributions. We'll learn the specific charges later today when the indictment is unsealed. Vice President Harris sitting for an interview on MSNBC last night. Anchor Stephanie Rule pressing her on how she'd pay for her economic plan.
If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes, and we're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporations and billionaires pay their fair share.
Former President Trump campaigning in North Carolina blasting the vice president.
Kamala Harris is a one-woman economic wrecking ball.
There will be no government shutdown when the fiscal year starts next week. Both the House and the Senate passing a stopgap spending bill yesterday that will allow the government to operate beyond mid-December. But the House Speaker warning there will not be a Christmas Eve stopgap spending bill to fund the government into the new year. Wall Street, the Dow dropped 293 points yesterday. NASDAQ gained 8. Early morning Dow futures are trading about 200 points higher. America is listening to Fox News.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Friday Eve, but we wake up in Atlanta and North Georgia under a tropical storm warning from Hurricane Helene. It's funny, not funny at all, but it's unusual for Atlanta to be under a tropical storm warning. I mean, that's something you hear on the coast. That's something you hear, in Florida and South Carolina and maybe even the Georgia coast. But for it to be coming up this far as a tropical storm warning just stood out to me as very unusual.
It is very unusual, and Helene is causing a lot of havoc all around, and right now they're saying it could be a Category 4 when it hits the coast of Florida. Carlos is okay. I know I had a lot of listeners reaching out last night and this morning asking about Neil Bortz and Carlos, knowing Carlos is down in the Gulf. As far as we know, Carlos is fine. Neil Bortz said he's fine.
So. I saw a post from Carlos's wife, said they were headed on back home last night, which is smart. And another one of our sales reps here at Dickey Broadcasting is down on 30A with his family. And so I don't know what they're planning. I don't know if they're riding it out of not heard about what their plan is, but getting out of there is the right thing to do. That's the safe thing to do, because this thing, if it, when it makes landfall, not if, but when it makes landfall, is expected to be a Category 4, if not a 5.
Yeah, that's a scary thought. And then it's going to come up through Georgia, and we're going to get a lot of rain. We're going to get a lot of heavy winds. They're saying tonight around midnight we should be getting winds anywhere from 40 to 60 miles per hour with the capability of getting up to 70, 75 miles per hour. And that's a lot with the trees and the rain that we got tonight. It's a scary scenario. So everybody needs to make sure they've gone to True Prep or wherever they need
That's
to
a
make
good
sure
idea.
you have water.
That's exactly right.
Flashlights.
Yep.
everything you can. I was charging all of our camping lights last night.
Smart.
So we've got everything charged up just in case. But I'm really nervous about the trees because we live on Army Corps property. It backs up to the lake, and those trees are big, and they've been moving a lot. So I'm a little nervous about those. I don't like trees in these storms.
Yeah, no. Well, especially here, unlike many places, the roots are in that Georgia red clay, and it just slips right out. That's why we have such an issue with trees falling, and especially those big pines around here. Goodness gracious.
And if listeners have listened long enough, rest in peace, Big Blue, my Chevy Silverado.
Right. The last time we had a big stove, the old Big Blue.
Yeah, Big Blue took
bit
two
the
trees.
dust.
Yeah, 2 trees on them. So.
Oh, poor Big Blue.
Yeah, I miss him. But I got white power now, so I'm excited about him.
That's right. It's a great little pick-em-up truck.
He's a great little pick-em-up truck.
There you go. So, we'll be kind of talking about this through the day, and it's certainly the biggest story, and Rhino will have more updates about that during the headlines coming up at about 6:25. So about
certainly from the Extra Weather Center.
That's right.
The Weather Storm Center. We need those sounds.
Yes, we do. We just do. And we need to do it every 6 minutes.
Yeah, every 6 minutes.
That's what we need
Still
to do.
raining.
That's right. The rain is still coming this way. Everybody knows. And here's the thing. If you don't know, your head's in the sand somewhere.
Yeah, you kind of...
It's hard to miss.
Yeah. It's like someone... I say it all the time. Like, sometimes if you just don't pay attention, you kind of deserve what you get. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want any bad things to happen. I don't want to make any jokes about a weather storm like Helene, obviously, but I hope you're paying attention. I know people who are listening will be paying attention, though.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife, we joked yesterday how I never pay attention to the weather. Ever, ever, ever. I never open the weather app. I don't.
Well, most days you don't need to, do you?
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, even now, I've not opened the weather app one time. I already know what's going on.
Oh, I've been tracking this, baby.
See, that's like, you're an old man. You're an old soul.
Yes.
I am, too. Like, I could sit and watch Weather Channel. Jim Cantori, to me, is like... He's Taylor Swift to me. Like if
right down the road, too.
Yeah, if he were like, vote Harris, I might be like, oh. Yeah, when I was going through school before I dropped out.
My Taylor Swift. That's great.
When I was going through school to learn more about communications, we did a week at the Weather Channel with Marshall Cease, who was like the old, weather guy there. And it was so much fun getting in front of the green screens and, using them.
That's great.
I did my... they film it all the time, and I was having a great time, and I was doing a snowstorm one, and I had everybody ball up a bunch of like paper and throw them at me as snowballs during the filming, and I got an A for Marshall Cease. So I was
there
like,
we
yeah,
go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Is Marshall still with us?
I think he's still with us.
Let's go.
I think he retired though. Yeah.
Well, that's good enough.
Great dude, man.
Yeah, it sounds like I don't
everybody
know
at Weather Channel, man. They're all so cool. They're all so nice. They take their job very serious, but at the same time,
too serious.
They have a lot of fun.
Too serious. Sometimes.
Boy, sometimes they are real serious.
I mean,
they get excited about thunderclaps or whatever Jim Cantori lost his mind about.
Yeah, and then
what was it called again?
There'll be. I think thunderclaps was it. What is that?
No, I think it was like something thunder. I forgot. Oh my god.
Well, anyway,
when thunder and lightning strike during a snowstorm.
Time? Okay,
I thought it was something else. I forgot. Yeah, it was great.
I love it when they're standing there. And they're like, you wouldn't believe everything's, it's crazy, the flooding, and there's a canoe that rolls by, But then you find out it's shin deep water. Like, what's going on here?
Look, anytime you get a chance, if there's enough water, I'll be my kayak and paddleboard going right down the street. I'll be honest, that's fun.
That's so weird and odd and peculiar.
It's dangerous, though. That water is not good, man.
Yeah, I know. It's
usually sewer.
Yeah, there's all kinds.
Chew you up and spit you out.
That's some grossness in there, man. You don't mess with that.
I had to find the cat yesterday to get him inside because he'll leave for 2 days. Sometimes
he leaves for 2 days. These next 2 days, he might not be coming back.
So I'm standing outside like an idiot last night in my robe, just going, echo. Yeah, I got a snack. That thing doesn't care about anything.
He's like, I'm up a tree right now.
Yeah, he got out. He got in the house though, so we're good there. For him. We got all the cats, all the dogs in the house today.
I'm afraid that Cash is so good. Our little chocolate schnauzer, he is. He's real good about going out when it's time to go out. Man, he goes out and does his business. And Laura has my wife Laura's trained him. She put like jingle bells on the back door.
Oh yeah,
and he goes and noses. Man, when it's time to go out, he goes and hits his nose on the jingle bells, and it's time to go out, and he knows it.
That's smart.
But the thing is, I'm afraid he's going to have an accident in the house in the next couple of days because he don't like to go out in the rain. He knows that when I got home yesterday, I was making a sandwich for lunch or whatever, and he nosed it, and I'm like, oh, you got to go out, and it had already started. The rain had already started to come down a little bit. I think it had to be. Anyway, whatever time it was. And he goes, and I opened the garage door just enough for him to get underneath, and I could hear the rain, and I was like, that dog ain't going out. And he went to the edge, and he heard the rain, and he did a 180 turn right back around, come back in the house. I thought you had to go out, man. You have an accident in this house, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
You and I are going to have words. But,
you need to put down those pee-pee pads. We're lazy, so we have the dog door. So they just run out to the backyard, come back in whenever they want.
Thought about that a few times.
But now one of the dogs is she's a princess, and she's like, I'm not going to use that door. So she'll stand at the door and hit it with her paws like, no, you open the human door for me. I'm not coming through that. I'm like, come on.
I'm not going through that hole. I don't see you going through that hole. I'm not going through that hole.
Look, there's some nights I have too many beers in a hot tub. I crawl through that hole too.
Seriously, you're just crawling through the. I can't get out the door.
I can't stand up.
I can't get out.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
I gotta go out.
By the way, thank you, Rocco. Thunder snow. That's what Cantori was freaking about. Thunder snow. You never see something. Oh my God, thunder snow.
He was so excited. I would rather get ran over by a car than watch Jim Cantori.
Wow.
I'm not kidding.
Really?
Or any news, any weather. The one exception, maybe David Chandler, because I know David over at Fox 5, and I love David, but I'm not spending a lot of time watching them.
Do we only watch because we hope a stop sign blows and hits him in the head like we see on the viral clips all the time?
I don't know, maybe.
I always watch just to see if they get blown down the street, I guess.
The only clips I like is when it's shin deep and they're acting like it's waist deep, and the canoe goes by, like I said. We had an interview, a sit-down interview, exclusive interview.
Talking about all the topics, the issues.
Yes. Yeah. Stephanie Rule over at MSNBC with Kamala
contentious,
Harris.
I'm sure.
Oh, it was hard-hitting. Yes, it was. We'll start with her word of the night became holistic. This is we need a little bell to ring every time she says holistic.
And assistance to state and local governments around transit dollars, and looking holistically at the connection between that and housing, and looking holistically at the incentives we in the federal government can create for local and state governments to actually engage in planning in a holistic manner that includes prioritizing affordable housing.
Okay. She wants to have more affordable housing. So
I got that.
So I understand that. Uh-huh. I have no idea how she plans to get to it. I don't know what came out of that interview. I mean, that interview was pointless.
Yeah.
Completely pointless.
Holistic.
She bombed it. If you could say she bombed the interview, she bombed the interview, because that's what I'm saying.
Well, not according to the left. I mean, it was brilliant. And right. Even President Obama came out and said...
Did he say holistic?
No, he didn't say the holistic part, but he said, this is exactly why we need a leader who knows about the economy, because she grew up in a middle-class family.
No. She even worked in middle-class family last night,
too. Of course she did. This almost seems like a skit, like a SNL skit of
You're
what's
exactly right.
It is. The only way they can get people to vote is by not telling them a thing, because if she were to go into what her actual issues are or what she had to actually fix things that they destroyed over the past 3.5 years, she wouldn't be able to do it because she doesn't have the forethought. She doesn't know how to run a business. She doesn't know how to run a government. This is a big, big problem if people are going to vote for someone who has given you no answers except for using words like holistic, strength of joy.
That's right.
This is a weird Marxist, I don't even know what to call it anymore. It's a weird time in history. It is nonsense.
It's nonsense.
That's the best description so far.
Anybody that could look at her, listen to her, and say, yep, that's who I want to vote for, you are a fool. That's the only thing I can figure out. Kamala went on to say, when asked by Stephanie Rule about, if you're able to do some of the things that you want to do, but the Republicans don't go along with you, and they don't give you the strings to the to the money to get it done. How do you plan on paying for some of these things, like $25,000 for new homeowners, and just all the pie in the sky stuff she's thrown out? And she went back to the old. I'm not going to say anything, but I'll go back to the old. They got to pay their fair share.
Expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home. If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes, and we're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporations and billionaires pay their fair share. That's just it. It's about paying their fair share. I am not mad at anyone for achieving success, but everyone should pay their fair share, and it is not right that the teachers and the firefighters that I meet every day across our country are paying a higher tax than the richest people in our country.
Bill Gates just said it this week. If he was in charge of taxes, he would have paid more. But how do you find that line to make sure corporations are paying their fair share, but they're not leaving our country?
Well, listen, I work with a lot of CEOs. I have spent a lot of time with CEOs, and I'm going to tell you that the business leaders who are actually part of the engine of America's economy agree that people should pay their fair share. They also agree that when we look at a plan such as mine that is about investing in the middle class, investing in new industries, investing in bringing down costs, invest in entrepreneurs like small businesses, that the overall economy is stronger and everyone benefits.
But I mean, that is like a spiral out of control. Made no sense. She said absolutely nothing. She said pay their fair share. Joe counted it as it went. It was 5 times. Yet she gave no explanation of how she planned to make people pay their fair share or what their fair share is.
I got news for her. Bill Gates has every right to pay as much money as he wants into it.
Cut a check, Bill Gates.
Cut a check. He won't do it. Of course they don't. They all take the same tax deductions. And you know what? The lie of that teachers pay more than business, it's such a ridiculous lie that continues to go on. Every one of her plans is a complete disaster. None of it makes any sense. The idea to build affordable homes won't work. In fact, we just found out yesterday, over the past 3 years, there was a no contact. 18% of U.S. consumers with 90-day plus new delinquencies of FHA single-family house loans. That means it's the most on record. Most people, and a number of these people who they've tried to do this for, cannot afford the house that they were given or bought, and it's never been bigger than it is before. You know what that means? We're going to have the biggest home collapse again, and we're going to have so many homes available, which is a good thing, I guess, for the people who can't afford homes. Now they can. No, this doesn't work. Everything she's telling you is a complete misconception of the way Econ 101 would work. She has no idea how to run the economy.
And I'll tell you, there is a connector between the last home collapse, was that 07, 08?
Yep, 08, yep,
Yeah.
07, 08, 09, yep.
Yep, and
it all led up to it.
Yeah, that's right. And then what's happening right now, and what it will ultimately happen if Kamala Harris is elected. They're Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
They do the same things every time, and they fail every time. What's the definition of insanity? Trying things over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome when you know what outcome you're going to get. We better not elect this woman. We better not. If we do, get ready. Buckle up. You think the recession, you think the times have been hard in the last three and a half years? Wait till she's elected again. Wait till you implement 4 more years of this.
Mm-hmm.
Complete collapse, complete failure, and losing the America that you love.
And one of the other things she talked about was creating more jobs, or, you know, obviously the corporate tax that they think is a good thing. The problem with the corporate tax is the only people that lose are the people who are working there. They end up losing their jobs. This just came out for September, the Richmond Manufacturing Index, which is what we look at when it comes to manufacturing. It is in a recession. The employment index plummeted to the worst level since the pandemic, when everybody just kind of shut down for a while. Now it is even worse than that. It's the worst and lowest employment rate in manufacturing. Remember when they said they're creating manufacturing jobs? Complete lie.
Not creating those jobs. No doubt about it. And then, can you imagine what it's going to do to our power bills? Because that's already happening in major states like California, who have gone against fossil fuels for their unreliable green energy and made the cost of that energy increase exponentially. Power bills in California, $1,000 a month. Folks already cash-strapped because of the liberal policies that we've just been discussing. Last year in California, 215,000 people had their power cut off for non-payment, because you're talking about missing payments earlier. Mm-hmm. As of yesterday, 40,000 of those people still do not have power because they cannot afford it.
No.
The power bills are going up. Everything is going up.
The government's going to take care of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. The government's going to take care of it. Oh, my God. We are joined by Eric Trump, son of Donald Trump, after headlines next on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Xtra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
Jen Psaki, holy cow, Jen Psaki's a former White House liar, now a liar for MSNBC. And they were talking and gabbling and bickering about all the things that these ladies do. And they were she was talking about how she would compare Hillary Rodham P. Stinky Fart Cabbage with Vice President Cleopatra. Cut number 1, sir.
This magical, charismatic quality in person. So do a lot of politicians. People say that about Hillary Clinton. Also true.
Holy moly! Magical, charismatic quality in person like Hillary?
If you say it enough, somebody's going to believe it, I guess. Yeah.
They just keep saying this stuff.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
A lot of HVAC companies out there. Central Heating and Air Conditioning is the best. It's hard to tell these days who is actually a locally owned company. Chuck and his team, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, been serving Atlanta for 77 years, and they are an actual locally owned company. A lot of these companies have been sold out, and they come back under the name that they've always used, the one that appears that it is owned and operated out of Atlanta, and it turns out it's not. And you find that out, unfortunately, when you deal with them. So deal with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your hometown team since 1947, and their dedication to this community, the community that you and I and that Chuck, the owner, lives in, has never wavered. We send a big old check over to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, $20,000 in the last 4 years. That's what Central Heating and Air Conditioning has voted or donated rather to CHOA, the place that you take your kids and your grandkids, and I take my kids. It is so important that the company you use cares about the community the way you do. So work with Atlanta's carrier experts, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Call them today, 770-GET-HEAT. Visit them online, centralheat.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Most tax pros leave a message. It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Best believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, September 26th. AccuWeather forecasters predict Hurricane Helene could reach Category 4 strength before making landfall this evening in Florida's Panhandle. Maximum sustained winds could range between 130 and 156 miles per hour. Tropical storm conditions are expected to reach the metro Atlanta area tonight around 11 p.m., bringing heavy rain and winds with gusts capable of reaching 60 miles per hour. Reality TV star Julie Chrisley, who has served 21 months of her 7-year sentence for tax evasion and fraud, will continue to serve out her full sentence, according to a federal judge. Chrisley, along with her husband Todd, was convicted of lying to banks throughout the metro Atlanta area to obtain $36 million in loans and then hiding the income from the Internal Revenue Service to avoid paying federal taxes on more than $500,000. Julie Chrisley will serve out her remaining 84 months. And in sports, Hurricane Helene has caused cancellations of high school football games around the metro Atlanta area for Friday night. The Atlanta Braves, who are taking on the New York Mets in a pivotal matchup, have also had their games postponed. Last night and tonight's Braves versus Mets games have been rescheduled for a Monday doubleheader. The doubleheader will begin Monday afternoon at 1 p.m. Tickets for last night's games will not be valid for Monday's doubleheader, but tonight tickets will be honored. You can catch that action on Monday on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization. He is Laura's husband and a big advocate for St. Jude, which I appreciate and have a lot of connections to St. Jude, too. Eric, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on the Morning Extra.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
No, man, just hanging in there, doing the best we can. Everybody's concerned about Donald Trump's safety. My wife, as we sat on the couch the other night, was telling me, she's like, Why is this continuing to happen? Are they fixing this problem? Is he concerned about his family's safety? And I'll ask you that question. Are they fixing the problem? Joe Biden said they would. I don't believe him ever. And are you guys concerned as his family members?
Yeah. You know, it's really, guys, it's a tough one for me, right? I know the Secret Service guys really well, and they're incredible. I mean, the people around him at Butler were unbelievable. One of the people on that stage was with me for a 3-year period of time. She's one of the greatest agents you'll ever meet in your life. And then, and they would have taken a bullet for him in a heartbeat. Something obviously failed in Butler, right? The perimeter failed in Butler. And I've happened to be pretty critical of what happened 2 weeks ago, right? I mean, somebody got, again, within 300 yards of, former president, very likely the future president, with a AK-47 at 300 yards. And anybody who knows that world, well, and I do, it's kind of a chip shot with a modern high-power rifle, right? It can't happen. It just can't happen. And so were there lapses in security? 100%. I mean, guys, I hate to say this, right? And this sounds, cavalier and kind of cold, but, they are trying to kill him. They are trying to kill him. And I was pretty disappointed when they put out that note yesterday that said, anybody, for $150,000, anybody who gets him. I mean, who disseminates that world, that note to the entire world? You're just begging for scumbags to come out and try and do something, the crazies of the world, come out and trying to, do something, wild. And, but I will tell you the security has been upped in a real way. They are taking every precaution. And, they've tried everything to keep Donald Trump out of office, right? They tried to impeach him twice. That didn't work. They tried to take him off the ballot in Colorado and Maine. That didn't work. They went after all his friends. They went after him civilly. They went after him criminally. You obviously saw some of that in Georgia, right? Very far left areas. They've tried everything that they could to destroy him, to try and take down our family, to try and separate our family, to try and create division, to mock him, and yet his poll numbers are the highest that they've ever been. Yet he's more beloved right now than he's ever been before. And, a couple months ago, guys, I said that. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried the unthinkable. I mean, they've tried everything else and they failed. I wouldn't be surprised. And sure enough, Butler rolled around and then you see what happened last week. And it's disheartening. He's the greatest guy in the world. He's my best friend in the world. He's an amazing father. He's an amazing grandfather. He's the last person in the world that needs to be doing this, right? He could be living a much better life, living in Mar-a-Lago and enjoying his grandkids and playing golf and having a great time, and probably by de facto almost running the Republican Party, only because he's so well respected among the people who adore him. I mean, there's 80 million people in this country who would walk to the end of earth for him, probably actually more than that, but instead he wants to fight. He wants to fix this country, wants to make America great again. We have the most incompetent people running this country. You know this as well as I do. They're destroying our nation. You've had 20 million people come across the southern border that are just destroying jobs. You see these gang fights now where all of a sudden Chicago is being a hotbed where, the gangs in Chicago are now fighting the Venezuelan gangs. The Venezuelan gangs are going into neighborhoods in Colorado, taking over apartment complexes. I mean, our country's going to hell. Like, who would have ever thought this could have happened in the United States of America? And 320,000 fentanyl deaths last year. I mean, kids are getting poisoned. We're not doing a damn thing about it. Our economy our country is unaffordable. Can't buy anything. Gas is 3 times as expensive as when my father was in office. Right now, if somebody's probably filling up their gas, it is 3 times as expensive as when my father was in office. Right now, somebody's probably getting auto insurance. Auto insurance has doubled and tripled in the last 3 years. Forget about just groceries. Look at utilities. Look at mortgage rates. I mean, good luck refinancing your house right now where you're going to be paying 7%, 8%, when under my father was 2.5% for home loans, right? I mean, look at rent in this country. Everything's become unaffordable. People can't live, and that's because of Biden and Harris and their inflation. And then you get to hear Harris come out and say, my first day in office, I'm going to work on fixing prices. It's like, where the hell have you been over the last 4 years? You're in office. Right. And Tug, Scott, I know the White House as well as anybody, right? I mean, I've been there 4,000 times. Like, the vice president's office is about 3 feet away from the Oval Office. It's, where have you been? Prices have destroyed families in this country. You've had zero wage, growth in this country. Jobs are being taken. The only job creation that's being, that's happening in our country is happening for illegal immigrants. I mean, they're lying about the jobs reports. You saw the 870,000 fake jobs that were on, last year's voter rolls. I mean, they lied about those numbers. They had to come out and honestly report them when they, kind of audited everything and trued it up. But guys, our country's a mess. And then you look at the Middle East. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Yeah. Our greatest ally, Israel, is totally under siege right now. I mean, look at the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. We spent $200 billion so that young, beautiful kids on both sides of the aisle can, walk around a corner in a trench and shoot each other in the face at point-blank range. Like, how about our schools? How about our infrastructure? How about our safety? How about our police? How about, armed guards? You know how many better causes there are in the world? How about curing, cancer? And why don't we use that money for good as opposed to pissing it away in countries so young kids can just extinguish their lives in a millisecond, in a dirty trench somewhere? I mean, we're funding both sides of these wars, and
it's got to
stop.
stop.
What China's trying to do. I mean, guys, it's so sad. And all my father wants to do, he just wants to fix the problem. Best economy.
Eric Trump joining us here. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. Yeah. Eric Trump here on the Morning Extra. And listen, I can admit that I grew up a fanboy. I am a Jew from New York, from Brooklyn, New York, and then moving out to Long Island. And I grew up, and at my bar mitzvah, I wore a pink cummerbund and a pink tie because of my hero, Donald Trump. He was always nice. When I met him, he did things for New York that nobody else was willing to step up and do. And everybody in New York loved him. Rappers, Oprah, everyone in New York loved him. It's amazing to see the way he's changed. And I love what he did last night, talking about this election. And even though we see numbers in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and here in Georgia that look good for President Trump, he said, we got to think that we're down by 1. We have to continue to make this too big to rig. Keeping on the issues, is that working? And is that why Pennsylvania is starting to flip the way we see?
Absolutely. By the way, guys, it has to be too big to rig, and everybody has to get out, and they have to vote early. They have to bring everybody out, but vote early, get everybody out. It's just not possible to move, 160 million people to the polls on a random Tuesday in the middle of a week, right? I mean, it's you have to vote early. This whole notion, just always vote on election day. That's fine. If you can absolutely commit to doing so, great. Have a great time doing that, but vote early. But I just want to go back to something you said. I mean, when in the world would we have thought that America, right, the greatest country in the world, where, you have a Jewish student in the middle of New York couldn't walk to class without getting attacked?
Yeah.
Without getting savagely attacked. The Jewish students in New York at what used to be the best institutions in the world, the Columbias, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, they're petrified to walk across campus because they're going to get savagely attacked and no one's going to do a damn thing about it. I mean, how in the world could that possibly be the United States of America. I mean, how is it that in New York, and I'm glad you mentioned it, all the hotels, all the high-end hotels other than ours, are filled with illegal immigrants who came across the border 3 days ago, yet we have homeless veterans that are sleeping under overpasses, right, all across the country. We have 22 veteran suicides a day. Literally the homeless population among veterans is off the charts, out of control, yet they're sleeping on the streets, whereas illegal immigrants who came into this country 3 minutes ago are being housed in hotels on taxpayer dollars. These are $600, $700, $800 hotels a night. I mean, what world do we live in? I mean, have we lost our minds? And the answer is yes, because of this administration. It's so sad. I mean, my father built 600 miles of wall, and he had the rest of it built, meaning the steel panels. All they had to do was just stand them up. And you know what they did? They took that whole wall and they sold it for scrap metal at like 5 cents on the dollar. I mean, the government sold the wall for scrap metal. I mean, all the security cameras on the wall, they refused to even turn on because that's how bad the crisis is. Yet, we have 320,000 children dying of fentanyl every single year. I mean, you have police departments in this country, and God bless our police. They're running out of Narcan. That's how many overdoses you have. And guys, we've got real problems. And what have we focused on? We focused on whether or not a 6'5" man can swim in NCAA women.
Oh my gosh, Eric, that happened here. That happened here in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Guys, Tucky Scott, we're just not. These aren't serious people, right? I mean, we have serious issues. We've got a massive hole in the roof of this country. And the people that we have running it, they're not serious people. I mean,
I agree.
Well, Kamala said she's going to give $100 million to the border wall. Kamala said she's going to give no tax on tips. Kamala said she's going to continue doing Donald Trump's policies and continue making sure they tariff because they haven't taken
the tax on tips after every waitress in the country and the waiter in the country every single day, every night, vote Trump, no tax on tips. So she copies it, right? And
I love that she says
no tax on tips. And by the way, thank God we're doing no tax on Social Security and no tax on overtime. I mean, how incredible is that? You work your butt off. You put in 80 hours. You're able to get, kind of double time pay. It shouldn't be taxed. It shouldn't be taxed. Yet all she wants to do is regulate people and overtax them. I mean, she wants to tax unrealized gains. So imagine that. You buy a $100,000 house, 2 years later it's worth $150,000 or a year later. She wants to tax that $50,000 at a 50% tax rate. So your house goes up by $50,000. You're writing a check for $25,000. Who has that money laying around to do that? I mean, she'd bankrupt every person in this country, including every company in this country. These aren't serious people.
No doubt. Eric Trump joining us on the Morning Extra. Eric, you're 100% right. And, you talk about the unrealized gains that I don't think many people understand. And it's so important to just read and talk about the things that you are. And that's why it's so important that your father is. But crime in general being up, the FBI is reporting, crime's down. You know better. I know better. Rhino knows better. Everybody knows that crime is not down. That's the thing that keeps getting pushed, that narrative in the mainstream media that is infuriating to everyday Americans.
Scott, I mean, think about this for a second, right? If you decriminalize everything, of course, crime statistics will come down. If you leave out certain cities, like New York and Chicago, because they refuse to report in, they ask for their numbers, the cities just say no. Of course, theoretically, on paper, crime is down, but we all know crime's not down. Crime's the worst it's ever been. Guys, just think about how sad this is for a second. You have people who need, low-income housing in this country, and there is a huge demand for it. And frankly, we should build more, but huge demand for it. And yet you have Venezuelan gang members going into these buildings in Aurora, Colorado with AK-47s saying, you know what? Your apartment that you've lived in for a long time, you're struggling to get by, you're struggling, it's why you need governmental assistance. That apartment's now mine. I came across the border 3 seconds ago. Now I carry a machine gun. And, that apartment's now mine. And what can they do about it? I mean, you see the little local, police forces. They've got 6 people in there. I'm not necessarily talking about Aurora, but, a lot of these police forces don't have the resources to fight gangs when they come in with 400 people and assault rifles. It's devastating. You just destroyed that person's life, and they're letting it happen, every single day. Look at the trafficking problems. I mean, I always revert back to the drug stuff because I have 4 friends who have lost children to overdoses. 4. I mean, their lives are forever destroyed, and we're not doing a damn thing about it. They don't even talk about it. It's so horrible. It's so sick, guys, and we've got to get serious about the problems. And my father can fix this stuff in about 2 seconds. I mean, he's done it before.
and he also has a backbone, and he has a spine, and he's willing to be un-PC. And guys, it's exactly what you need. These people don't even know they exist. I mean, my father is at Arlington, 3 weeks ago, honoring the 13 fallen service members from Abbey obviously the most horrible withdrawal out of Afghanistan, which made us look like a bunch of jokers. Joe Biden's sleeping on a beach. Kamala is nowhere to be found. She's been nowhere to be found the entire time. I mean, she's supposed to be border czar. She didn't do a damn thing, and now she comes out, yes, I'm going to take the border very seriously. Well, if you're going to take the border very seriously, why did you fly in 320,000 illegal immigrants on planes into cities all across the country in the middle of the night? They were landing at 2 o'clock. You're not very serious. You are funding this. You are funding this problem. Why won't you turn on the security cameras at the southern border that my father put in that are literally just off? Like, they just mothballed the entire system. Why won't you turn it on?
Buying votes.
Serious about illegal. Why won't you build the rest of the wall? You know that wall works. I mean, you built about 12 of them around the Capitol. You just rebuilt the wall around the White House. Clearly, walls work. I mean, they want the problem, guys. They're trying to influence the census. They want people to vote illegally. It's horrible. Like, how is that fair elections? How is that fair to U.S. democracy? How is that fair to people who pay taxes their entire lives? Who live, breathe, who love America, who love red, white, blue. It's crazy. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. And in fact, you just had 248 Democrats vote against a bill that would make it mandatory, or make it illegal for illegal immigrants to vote in U.S. elections. And every Democrat voted against it. So, I mean, what they're saying is they want illegal immigrants on a very porous border to be able to vote in our elections. I mean,
and they voted against sending rapists back. That was even more concerning. 159 Democrats voting on that.
Eric Trump is our guest on Extra 106.3, the Morning Xtra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. We will continue this discussion about America and our future next with Eric Trump on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Kamala Harris sees an end to right to work. No private sector worker will be allowed to avoid union membership and union dues if that's what the majority of his co-workers want.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
The clock is ticking. Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is almost over. Until September 30th, you can get 5 years of 0% financing on any purchase. It's the perfect chance for worry-free shopping with no interest and monthly payments customized for you. And now open Sunday, September 29th. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity. From luxury timepieces to engagement rings and more. Don't wait. Spread your payments over 5 years with zero interest on approved credit. Only until September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Are you the type of consumer that likes to do your research before you choose a company? Well, then you need to join Dan Watkins, Chris Lolamy, and myself, Jim Niarchos, every Saturday morning at 9 for the All Four Seasons Home Show. We only vet local businesses with a proven history of integrity, competence, and solid customer service. The All Four Seasons Home Show helps you make a good consumer decision, save money, and not get ripped off. You can also follow our podcasts on Apple, Google, and Spotify. The All Four Seasons Home Show, Saturday mornings at 9, right here on Extra 106.3.
This fall, the Gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Honored to have the president's son, Eric Trump, on the show. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Do you think that part of their idea about unrealized gains, I see it for what it is. It's an attack on farmers, knowing that generational farmers will never be able to pay the unrealized gains on that. They'll be able to take the land. What will they develop that land into? Because we know it's not going to be farming.
Yeah. Guys, listen, here's a person who's never signed a check in their life, right? I mean, just look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden, I'm a 40-year-old guy. You know, I've got gray in my beard. I've got 2 kids who are beautiful. You probably saw them on TV this weekend, right?
Sure did.
The guy's been in office 16 years longer than I've been alive. I mean, this is a guy who's never signed a check. I'm sitting at my desk right now. After I get off this interview, I'm going to go back to work. We employ thousands of people around the country, many thousands of people around the country. This is a person who's never needed to make payroll, who's never needed to balance a checkbook. Sometimes I wonder if they actually understand some of these concepts, what that would mean. I mean, you know, so you're a little small business owner. Your business goes up by $100,000 in value. On paper, this isn't real value. You can't just sell the company, otherwise you no longer have a job. You know, no longer everybody in your company is no longer employed, and you have to find $50,000. Like, how does that work? Like, your profit margin in any business isn't even close to that. The best business in the country isn't close to a 50% profit margin. You would put every company out of business. It'd put every person out of business. Your home value, okay, you know, the economy goes up a little bit. Your home value is worth $50,000 more. At the end of the year, you have to come up with $25,000 in cash to pay the government.
Yeah,
these aren't serious people. But it's also what happens when you have people who have never actually had a real job.
No, that's the truth right there. People who have worked in government their whole life, they have no concept because money's just always available. They take it from you and I. And I think that opens the door to a conversation about who is supporting Donald Trump. There's so many independents that are going to decide this election, right? The folks that are conservative, we're voting for Trump. The folks that are liberal, they're voting for Kamala Harris. And the endorsement of RFK Jr. is the most magnificent thing because it opens the door to getting every one of those independents. And when you see those people that usually wouldn't have been a Trump voter wearing red Make America Healthy Again hats, you feel the unity there and you see the unity there. How important has that endorsement been?
Well, I'm like the biggest fan of his in terms of that movement, in terms of the health movement. I mean, we've literally reversed the food pyramid in this country. You know, you have literally an entire food industry, and you know, government telling us that it's better to eat Lucky Charms than it is to eat eggs. I mean, you know, and by the way, these companies had made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars on the, you know, and then you see all these chronic problems. And I mean, I love what he stands for, and I love what he's trying to do. I mean, we need to make America healthy again. You know, we've fallen behind the rest of the world, and you know, I see, you know, a party that's trying to outlaw meat. I mean, it's just like it's crazy, right? They're trying to push Cheerios on every kid, but they're trying to eliminate protein, you know, for the very causes.
They can grow it better than farmers. So.
I mean, it's crazy. So, you know, I love what he's trying to do there. We need to make this country healthier. But also, I mean, I think just on a principle level, you know, JFK today would be a strong Republican. But there's just no question about it. You think if you ask JFK, if he was okay with, again, 6'5" men swimming in women's sports? No, I mean, his head would explode, right? You think JFK would have been okay with Kamala's plan to give illegal immigrants who are inmates, right, who are federally incarcerated, government-provided sex change surgeries? I mean, this was really her plan, to fund sex changes for illegal immigrants who were incarcerated. Like, have we lost our damn minds? I mean, and again, I can answer that. That's a rhetorical question. But, do you think JFK would have been okay with that? You think JFK would have been okay with the warmongers in Washington, D.C. starting every war in the world? No, JFK was anti-war. It's very, very similar to my father, right? He did everything he could to keep us out of the Cuban Missile Crisis. You know what my father has done? He pulled us out of every single war. He didn't want us to have our kids sitting on a rock in the middle of Afghanistan getting mortared every single day. And I mean, JFK would be a staunch Trump Republican right now. There's no question about it. And I think RFK is, sitting back and saying, look at this party. I mean, they wouldn't even give me a fair primary process. They sued me. They wouldn't let me get on TV. The whole apparatus came against me. I mean, he was facing 100 lawsuits to try and get on ballots, all from the party that he had aligned with most of his adult life. And he goes, wow, this is exactly what they're doing to Donald Trump. I mean, they're using the same legal lawfare against him. They're using these same tactics against him. And I give the guy a lot of credit. He had tremendous courage to do what he did. And I think he's going to be such an advocate and great voice. And he's an amazing guy. And frankly, we need a lot more of that. I mean, just people to be honest. And
yeah, the unity between these guys. Yeah, Eric Trump joining us here on the Morning Extra. I love the unity, but Harris did get the endorsement of the IRS agent, so watch out because now she's got them. But when you talk about this, because obviously as a Jew, Israel is very important to me, and him being the democratic country or the republic out there that actually protects democracy and the attack on them. When I hear Biden say that no soldiers died under his watch, and we know 13 did, when Harris says that no soldiers are in combat zones, how can I believe that either one of these people can run this country, especially Harris, who has no idea where our soldiers are? And how would she talk to Putin when she can't talk to Fox News? How would she talk to Netanyahu or to Hamas or Iran and actually get things settled if she has no idea what's actually happening?
Well, guys, of course. I mean, and you see her. You just mentioned obviously the Oprah thing, but I mean, that Oprah interview was it was a joke. I mean, my 7-year-old son could have done better in terms of foreign policy and in terms of just practical things. It's all these kind of dreamy words. The story is a story of the story, and you're sitting there saying, "Oh my God, this can't be real." I mean, my father. I think maybe the thing he gets biggest criticism for, sometimes he's just overly direct, right? He's not a very good sugarcoater, but it's what we need. It's exactly what we need. We need somebody who's going to be overly direct. And, China is ripping us off.
Completely.
They are putting a 200% tariff on every American good, and we don't do a damn thing about it. They're stealing all our wealth. They're stealing all our products. They're killing our manufacturing, and we're going to do the exact same thing to them, right? Well, listen, it's a tough message, but it's an accurate message. I mean, look how he treated NATO. America's paying 4.3% into NATO. Germany's paying nothing. We're not going to protect them anymore. Either they pay their fair share, otherwise we're not going to protect them anymore. I mean, it's a tough message. It's a harsh message. Maybe you like tough messages. Maybe you're a person that likes things. But he's just honest and he's real. And no one's ever debated left or right. I mean, I think the one thing that's universally accepted is there's no person who's probably ever fought as hard for the United States of America as Donald Trump. Meaning, he wants to put America first. He wants to be the Super Bowl coach who wins every single Super Bowl. He wants to be Belichick when the Patriots were great. There might be not many Patriots fans where I am and where you guys are, but
right.
Say what you will. I mean, the guy was damn committed to winning every single Super Bowl. My father, views his country as a Super Bowl. We better win in terms of education. We're 30th in the world in terms of education. What's more important than educating our kids? We better have the greatest economy. We better have the U.S. dollar be the U.S. dollar and be the strongest currency in the worldwide accepted currency. We better lead in terms of everything, in terms of technology. We better have the best military. We better have the ability to live the American dream. And when you have inflation that's 10%, and when you have zero wage growth over the last 4 years, and people are absolutely getting bamboozled, they're getting crammed down, you can't live the American dream. I mean, when society is constantly under attack, when you're being censored, if you post an article that you find fascinating on old Twitter and you're being censored, For doing so, you're being taken off social platforms. Your voice is being stripped from you. They're coming after your church. They're coming after your religion. They're coming after, constitutional rights.
Yeah, they haven't stopped,
and they won't, Eric. And that's the thing. And we so appreciate you this morning, man. We're running up on a break, but thank you for being so open and honest. Thank you for talking to the people of Atlanta who care about this country just the way you and your dad do.
And tell your dad to come on the show because we're the only conservative talk in Atlanta.
That's it.
Hey,
the only
and
one,
we
man.
Love Georgia, and if we win that state, we win the country. So get out and vote. And
amen to that. Amen. Eric, thank you. God bless you.
Bye, guys.
Great to talk to Eric Church. I called him Eric Church. Goodness gracious.
Did it again.
Dude, I've called that man Eric Church. He's never come back on the show. He's been like, Eric Church, what are you talking about?
Sorry, I think he's been on a plane. He can't hear that.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, my goodness.
I'm not telling him.
Yeah, please don't. Although Eric Church is a pretty good comparison. I mean,
I'd rather be Eric Church than some other Erics that are out there.
Yeah, I guess so. Eric Rudolph.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Erickson.
Yeah.
Just saying.
All right. Moving right along. Morning Xtra. You're going to get us in trouble, man. I thought I was going to get us in trouble. You're going to get us in trouble.
Well, that's my job.
I know it is. I love that. I love the fact that you do it so well. We're going to get a Fox News update. And then when we come back, why does the enemy, one of our number one enemies in the United States, have more protection than Donald Trump? We'll answer that question next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 1063.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Well, if you've been listening to me for any time at all, you know I heap praise on our government and union-dominated system of education and my admiration for parents who just send their kids off to the government to be educated.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Neil Bortz here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
Former NFL quarterback Brett Favre has disclosed that he has Parkinson's disease. And anybody who played in the National Football League, particularly quarterbacks, have been susceptible to this because of concussions, something the league is growing very concerned about. And so that's one of the reasons that Favre decided to make this information public. But there's a media twist here, and it's this. Favre was involved in a scandal, he denies any deliberate wrongdoing, involving the diversion of funds meant for Mississippi welfare recipients to a project that he was working on. And the reporter who broke that story won a Pulitzer Prize for it, Mississippi Today's Anna Wolf, named in a related lawsuit, and they want her sources. And she says that she will not turn them over, confidential sources, and that could lead to the possibility of facing jail time. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
Military Matters.
China test-fired a long-range intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean on Wednesday. Although designed to carry a nuclear warhead, the ICBM test was carrying a dummy warhead. This was the first test of its kind since 1980. However, China's defense ministry offered little details of the test. But Beijing's latest missile has an estimated range of 9,300 miles and is capable of reaching the U.S. mainland. Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh said China warned the U.S. military of its test before launching.
Getting that advanced notification, and that further reduces the risks of any misperception and miscalculation, so we certainly welcome that.
Following the advanced warning, the U.S. military monitored the test using aircraft. The ICBM flew over the Philippines before splashing down into the Pacific Ocean. Tensions remain high between China and the Philippines after the U.S. military deployed a new mid-range missile system called the Typhoon to the Philippines. For Military Matters at the Pentagon, Liz Frieden, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
New York City's mayor indicted. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. Mayor Eric Adams charged in a federal corruption probe.
As an unregistered foreign agent for taking actions in his official capacity after receiving donations from foreign sources.
Fox's Chanley Painter, the mayor says he will not resign.
I will fight these injustices with every ounce of my strength in my spirit.
The federal indictment will be unsealed later today. Forecast to slam into Florida's Big Bend within hours. Helene is a strong Category 1 hurricane at the moment, but Fox senior meteorologist Janice Dean says that's about to change.
It's about to go through the warmest water on its trajectory. So temperatures explosive in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's really nothing in its way, and that's why we think it's going to be a major hurricane. Borderline, maybe Category 4.
Forecasters warn the storm's surge could be as high as a 2-story building. Landfall forecast in about 12 hours. President Biden has released a statement this morning announcing more than $8 billion in additional military aid for Ukraine. The package includes precision-guided bombs to improve Ukraine's long-range capabilities. Russia warning it has made changes to its policy on the use of nuclear weapons, and there will be consequences if Western countries help attack Ukraine. Israel preparing for a ground assault on southern Lebanon. The U.S. one of a dozen countries calling for a 21-day ceasefire with Hezbollah. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby.
What we are saying to our Israeli counterparts is we want to make sure you can protect yourself, protect your citizens. We want those families to go back home where they belong, and we don't believe that an all-out war is the best path forward to doing that.
Israel's foreign minister this morning rejecting calls for a ceasefire. UN Secretary General Guterres has told the UN Security Council that hell is breaking loose in Lebanon. America is listening to Fox News.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. The big story of the day is so obvious, it's so clear that everybody's going to be talking about Disney cracking down on password sharing. Disney Plus, you can't share your password anymore. I know it's tough.
I can't even get my Disney Plus. I do own Disney Plus, or I don't own it.
Well, you have an account.
I have it for, my son and I like to watch the Marvel movies, so we got. But I also have like Hulu and ESPN attached to it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is about the fact that none of those apps on my TV share the same information. Because every time I go to log in, it's like, yeah, you don't have ESPN Plus. I go, yeah, I did. I got it through the Disney bundle. And
right, and
so
it never
annoying,
works.
man.
Oh, my goodness. I know. Yeah, so there's a big story out today. So that'll be something that maybe will pop up around the water cooler, especially if you're sharing passwords. Like I have my brother-in-law's passwords to Disney Plus, and we occasionally log on and watch.
Unfortunate because I've given my Disney Plus password to so many people.
Really?
That's what they're limiting. They're going to try to limit that.
The good thing is I can't remember my password, so I can't share it because I can't even put it in on my TV.
Fair enough. The real big story, the actual big story today is, of course, Helene, the projected hurricane. We're under a tropical storm warning in metro Atlanta this morning, which seems insane just to hear that out loud. Atlanta under a tropical storm warning. Not a watch, but a freaking warning.
You know, the tornadoes that kind of get whipped up in these kind of things, too. That's really dangerous for South. And, you know, obviously the southern part of Georgia is going to get hit first. And they're already getting some of the big bands of rain. And we're seeing it today. We'll see it throughout the afternoon. Poor girlfriend Erin has to fly in from Philadelphia tonight. And I'm like, I'm wishing for the best, baby.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Supposed to land at 6:53. It was supposed to be 7:08. Now it's back to 6:53. So hopefully they get here before all the big stuff.
That's because the really, really bad stuff is supposed to be tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tonight, overnight.
Overnight, yeah, tomorrow morning, like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. So hopefully it'll be the calm before the storm when girlfriend Erin, because
I hope so.
We do.
Somebody has to go pick her up at the airport. Somebody doesn't want to.
Well, come on, dude.
Well, I mean, of course I want to.
Yes,
I just don't like driving to the airport.
Yes,
if I could teleport there, grab her, give her a little kiss, and fly her back real quick, that'd be great.
Yeah, that'd probably help. But nothing doing. Maybe one day. They I read the other. This is completely.
I saw
opposite.
The Fly. It's not good to teleport.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Turn into The Fly.
I never saw that movie. I never saw that one.
Oh my!
What?
Y'all
Either one?
No. What? I don't.
Jeff Goldblum's great.
Okay, I'll take
Gina
your word for it.
Davis.
I'll take your word for it because I've never.
They
seen
had
it.
that up at the Dalton 150.
I don't even know what the Dalton 150 is. What is that?
It's like a movie theater.
Oh, like the $1.50 theater. Oh, the Dalton. I got you. I never heard it called that before. I always call it we always call it the cheap theater.
Cheap theater.
Yeah.
Okay.
I call it the dollar theater.
Yeah, I've heard people call it that, but never the $1.50.
Well, inflation because of Kamala is now $1.50.
Now it's we talking about $1.50. It's $9.50. Going to a new movie is $25.50.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Good Lord. Yeah. So I've never seen any of those, but it's no surprise. If you want to ask me about Eric Church, I can tell you all about him.
We just interviewed him.
That's right.
You talked yourself into that.
Dude,
one.
Rhino hit the nail on the head. I completely talked myself into it. Because I was like, please don't call him Eric Church. Please don't call him Eric Church. And the first thing I did was call Eric Trump Eric Church.
During the break, he's like, I'm not going to call him Eric Church. I almost called him Eric Church. And then right after the break,
bam! Done.
That was Eric Church.
Such a dummy. I'm such a dummy.
Didn't know he's a big Trump fan, but okay.
He is. That's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that one. I could see that one going either way. I mean, he's a North Carolina guy. He's definitely a country boy. I just don't know where he stands because he doesn't talk about his politics. I never know. I know he just recently played the Jimmy Carter 100th anniversary birthday party at the Fox Theater.
Okay, but that makes sense,
right?
I would.
Yeah, I would too. And I think because I think Jimmy Carter's an extraordinary man. I just think he was a terrible president. I don't agree with his politics whatsoever. But the man, I do believe, is a good man. I do believe he is a man of faith and principle. I just think his politics are way, way wrong. And I think. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if anybody played that show. I have no issue with that at all. But it does make me wonder. I just don't know where he stands. And not that it matters. Not that it even matters to me, really.
No.
I'm just curious. In this case, on him specifically, I'm just curious. I don't know why. I have this morbid curiosity about his politics.
Yeah.
Because he's with, everybody he's surrounded with in country music are Trump supporters. Every one of them. There's no doubt about it. Everybody in his friend group, all Trump supporters. Every one of them. and I don't know where he stands. And maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah. I could care less where someone stands on their policy or on who they're going to vote for, especially when they're in there. I want to hear your music. If you got good music, 100%. If you're a good artist.
100%.
I go to so many music festivals, and I sit there and I listen, and I know a lot of them are not Trump supporters at all. Yeah. And the one thing I don't care about is, look, they'll sit up there and the blah, 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 blah. That's what I hear. And then I'm like, start the music.
Okay,
I don't cheer. I don't chant like, just shut up and sing. I don't care. Just, you can talk whatever you want. Don't care. I know where I'm going to go, and I'm going to vote. So just play that really good music I like.
Yeah, that's right.
So I can dance.
I'm a shut up and sing kind of guy. Just shut up and sing, man. Just keep it to yourself because I don't care.
You can throw bottles at them or no? Just scream.
No.
You don't even scream it. I can't. I could not picture you actually going, shut up and sing.
I'd probably be thinking it, though. I'd definitely be thinking it.
I think we all think it at times. I think
I
think it.
I don't know. I'd probably, whoever I was with, be like, oh my God, tell him to shut up and sing. Tell him to shut up and sing. Although, and I was impressed with this, and we're going to get to the fact that the Iranian president has more security at the UN than Donald Trump. And Trump wants to know why, and he's right to want to know why. Yeah. But Hardy, over the weekend, you may have seen that Morgan Wallen sold out Neyland Stadium 2 nights in a row, Friday and Saturday night. The most people that had ever been to a concert series in Knoxville history. Prior to that, it was the Jackson 5 in 1983. Oh, so he outdid the Jackson Tito. 5. Yeah,
Tito just died.
I know. God rest his soul. But if you see the videos popping up, and it's really circulating this morning for some reason, I don't know why. It was Hardy, and he did not get into politics whatsoever. He just said, "If you don't love America, leave."
Yeah,
and he used some colorful language, but basically it was like, if you don't love America, go, leave, do not be here. We don't want you here either. If you don't love the country like we do, just leave. He never went into politics. He didn't say who to vote for.
Yeah,
I'm with that. I got to tell you, that doesn't offend me at all. That actually, I'm encouraged by that.
Yeah, I was encouraged by it too. When he first took the stage, I thought it was Phil Fulmer.
So he's put on a little weight.
He put on some weight.
It's because he's gotten married.
He was wearing that orange jersey. That
looked like a big old pumpkin.
What is Phil Fulmer doing here? Big old pumpkin.
Phil's got
like Hardy. Wait,
wait a minute. It was like a Scooby Doo where you had to pull off.
It's Hardy.
No, it's Phil Fulmer.
Oh, it's Phil Fulmer under there.
Meddling kids. Anyway, but I appreciated that.
Meddling kids.
I appreciated that sentiment. If you don't love America, leave it. I'm 100%
I'm all for it.
Yeah, I don't care what your
Rob Reiner said he's going to light himself on fire if Trump wins.
That's intense.
He's going to delete it.
He's going to delete his account. You know what I mean? He's going to be like, remember the dude? There was a game that was. Somebody said, I'm going to eat
dog poop.
Yes, who was that?
It was just a random dude on Twitter, and he said, if this team loses, I'm going to eat dog poop, and everyone's calling for him to eat dog. No!
And he didn't. He deleted his whole account.
Loser.
That's what Rob Reiner's going to do. Same thing.
Yeah, you don't think he'll light himself on fire? You don't think Rosie O'Donnell will leave again?
Mm-mm. No, I do not.
Whoopi's going to leave again?
No, I don't believe any of those things are going to happen right now. I really don't. Thing that pisses me off, though, is that, first of all, the UN would allow Iran, anybody from the Iranian government into the United States, into the United Nations on the property of the United Nations, which is in New York.
Yeah.
That pisses me off worse than anything.
I really, growing up in New York, I hated seeing that building. I hated knowing what was going on in that building. And now as a Jew, to see that the Iranian president was able to get up there and speak. At first, I was a little confused, but then again, I go, wait, the UN is the same people that run the relief and aid package into Gaza, which is run by Hamas terrorists that were part of the UN relief program. So am I surprised? No, probably not.
No.
Because that's who these people are. The UN is a dangerous, dangerous thing as far as I'm concerned at this point. It's gotten away from what it was supposed to be. And Trump talked about it yesterday. Why would he be given more security than Trump, who's been shot at twice? And knowing that Iran are the ones behind pushing out this propaganda or these bounties to assassinate him.
Dude, it should infuriate anyone, any American, that anybody from the Iranian government, a sworn enemy, their stated goal is to destroy Israel and destroy America. For them to be welcomed to the UN, for them to be welcomed onto American soil. They had to fly here somehow.
Yeah.
They had to touch down at an airport in America, in the United States. That is infuriating to me. That is a slap in the face. That is something that I wish we were not a part of. I wish we weren't a part of the UN. And I know there are people saying, rolling their eyes right now, and I don't care. Roll your eyes all you want. I don't want to be a part of the UN, and I don't want to be a part of NATO. Neither one of those organizations are good for America. Neither one of them. And for those people to protect, just like Donald Trump's talking about, to protect the Iranian president, and yet our own former president, who's likely to be president again, doesn't have that same protection, is a complete slap in the face of every American. And I would say the same thing if it were Joe Biden going there to speak and he didn't have protection.
Well, yeah, and I think part of that should be known that President Biden and Kamala Harris both were also mentioned by Iran and some of the assassination attempts too. Let's not forget that they were also targeted by Iran. So the fact that they're not giving them the security that they need, that's a problem overall. The UN is a problem, and you pay taxes, so you have every right to say, hey, we shouldn't be a part of this. And I agree. Why would we be a part of this? Because all we're asked is to front the bill. We're not actually...
we pay the majority of it.
Yeah, what do we get out of the UN?
Same with NATO, Rhino.
Yeah,
it's the exact same thing with NATO. The fact that the Germans have actually cut their defense spending. They are cutting it now. It can't get any less. And then they're cutting it in half, and they're going to focus on the welfare state in Germany. Yeah. The French are cutting their support to NATO. You know why? Because they know we'll foot the bill. We've always foot the bill, and we'll continue to foot the bill.
And that's why the UN does not like, and they will continue to tell you they don't like President Trump, because President Trump is being smart and saying, hold on, you're not getting anything done, and what you are doing is you're taking the money, you're giving it to terrorist groups, you're allowing them to have the aid instead of the quote-unquote Palestinian people. And I'm saying that because there's no Palestine. But the reality of this is the UN now has become a terrorist organization in a way. The way that they continue to hate on Judeo-Christian values, the way they attack Israel, they don't give any kind of floor to people who want to speak about other options except for what they want. The climate change thing that the UN takes up is complete garbage, and they're stealing money from the American people, and they continue to do it. I am tired of it. But when it comes to giving somebody like an Iranian president a platform, Vladimir Zelensky flies in there. I'm surprised. Maybe they all flew on the same C-17. Zelensky and the Iranian president and everyone. It's just a shame. But in reality, are we expecting anything different?
No.
Do we think they're going to take care of President Trump?
No.
Or do we think they might want lax security? Because I sure think so at this point.
I can tell you, I started out with a wall up saying, I'm not going to think this. I'm not going to think this. All three of us on the show said the same thing.
Then Joey.
And then Joe and at the time our intern Andrew, they both said government's involved, and we all three said let's wait and see. They were right. I was completely wrong. I was like, let's wait and see. Now we've waited and we've seen. That's all I need to know.
And now he's going to head back to Butler, Pennsylvania. And I think the questions should be asked, like, are we ready for another Butler? Are we ready? Do we have the security? I'm pretty sure you could pretty much figure out a security plan for Butler at this point, yeah?
Oh, my God, a Boy Scout group could do that. The freaking Girl Scouts could figure it out.
Who was it, Dan Bongino? Or I don't even know if it was Bongino. I think it might have been actually somebody who came on our show that said, you know what? In all honesty, there are kids who are playing Fortnite now who have better strategic defense and know where to set things up before the Secret Service does at this point.
Seth John.
It was Seth John.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get him on again.
Dude, absolutely. And he said he's available to come on anytime.
That's brilliant.
Great guy, but travels a lot and a lot of speaking, a lot of volunteer work, he's an interesting dude. He is so fascinating. Trump back in Butler. He's going to be there October 5th. And he's going to, during the visit, just honor the memory of Corey Temperature, the guy who was killed there. It's incredible. Look, I'm glad he's going back. I love the fact. It's like a thumb in the eye of every person that was celebrating the fact that he was shot at, that continue to lie today that he never was hit. And there's so many of them. There's so many of those fools. And then the people that are just against him altogether. The people that are celebrating the fact that he is a target. I love the fact that he's going back and just saying, I don't care what you think.
You know, I love that he's honoring the people that were hurt, because it wasn't, obviously Corey Compatore is lost his life, and a family man and a first responder. And it's so sad what happened there. And there are other people who were injured in that, including Donald Trump. And he's doing it because he cares about that person. And that just kind of shows who Donald Trump is. I don't care what the media says. Again, I've seen too many stories throughout history of Donald Trump helping people to believe what the media wants to try to pretend. I am concerned, though, that there was a letter that the DOJ put out there that said there's 150,000 bounty on his head, and then we're going to go back to Butler, because it has been in the media so much that everybody, I think, that has any kind of ill intent would look and say, I know Butler like the back of my hand. I know where the vulnerabilities are now.
The maps have been up there
every
such
day.
Detail.
And you've given 100, and then you have the Iranian president here. Look, these borders have been open long enough to know that it's not just, people from the, South America coming across the border. We know people from the Middle East. We know China. We know all these people. We know there are terrorist cells here. I don't like the fact that this could have been, especially with Iran saying, hey, we're all behind this. We're all behind the assassination of President Trump. Then the Iranian president's here. We know we have terrorist cells here. How do we know they haven't been activated? I hope they put them up behind the glass again. I really do.
I hate to have to see that, but yes, it's necessary. It's mandatory at this point. But I'm just glad he's going back, man. I'm telling you, I love laughing in the face of
He's going to win
people.
Pennsylvania because of it.
I hope so. I hope that's the case. And if he does, it is going to be an early night. And I hope it is, because I would like to get to bed early that night.
Oh,
on
there's
election
no
night.
way.
I know, right? Because
There's no way.
And there, it's funny because we're going to play a piece of audio at the very end of the show, and I know this is a long tease, but talking about Brad Raffensperger on election night 2020, the reason that we all have questions about the legitimacy of the 2020 election. We'll play that audio for you, and you will. Usually we try to end on a laugh. This one will probably make you pretty furious, because it did me too. We'll also talk about an admission from the United States Secret Service. We'll keep the topic on Butler and what we've discovered about it now that we know Donald Trump is going back. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you unedited news, information, and updates. With an all-star lineup of local and network voices, Extra is committed to being the station you need during the biggest election of our lifetime.
This presidential election is unlike any other.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3 FM, and listen across Georgia on the Extra app.
Weather is the topic of the day. The next couple days, Braves canceled their game yesterday, canceled it today. They're going to be moved until Monday. You'll hear about that during the headlines when Rhino hits them here in just a little bit. But this weather is like none that we've seen in quite some time. If you have a leaky roof damage, siding or gutter damage, now is the time. Make sure that your home is prepared for this. The experts at Southern Exterior have over 200,000 home exterior jobs under their belt, successfully completed. If you've had that little spot in the roof, this is the little brown spot, and you're like, oh no, that means we have a leak. Is your roof going to stand up to what we're about to face? A potential Category 5 hurricane coming and hitting land and then shooting up right this direction. I mean, we're already on under a tropical storm watch. More than 30 field managers. Southern Exterior has the manpower and the resources to get your job done immediately. No waiting around for days. Get it done today. Call Southern Exteriors. Be prepared for this weather. 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co.
Oh man, look at my backyard. Looks like a tornado met a hurricane in a desert. I'm going to tell her to turf off. Or maybe you'd rather turf on with ATL Turf Co., the Southeast's leading turf installer. Whether you'd like a new football field, putting green, or have us create the perfect maintenance-free backyard of your dreams, find ATLTurfCo.com. Make your yard great again. Visit ATLTurfCo.com and see what we've created for customers like you in the Southeast. ATLTurfCo.com. And no more yard cackling.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
You know Diamonds Direct for their exquisite diamonds and fine jewelry. What about luxury watches? With a hand-picked collection by the industry's top timepiece experts, skip the waiting list and get the timepiece you've been eyeing right away. And this month only, enjoy 0% interest for 5 years on all the top brands. Imagine owning a $15,000 luxury watch for just $250 a month. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Diamonds Direct, where you can shop direct for diamonds and watches.
Hey sandwich lovers, today is your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
It's September 26th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Johnny Appleseed Day. The Massachusetts native was born John Chapman in 1774, and over the course of his life, he gained notoriety as a kind man who planted apple seeds wherever he went across parts of the East and Midwest, but also dispensed wisdom to the many strangers he met on his journeys. The legend of Johnny Appleseed lives on during the fall when apples are plentiful. Pennsylvania lays claim to having the first orchard Johnny Appleseed planted, while Mansfield, Ohio has a monument to the man. Also on this date, in 1960, Fidel Castro of Cuba gives the longest speech by a head of state at the UN General Assembly of nearly 4.5 hours. And in 2017, Saudi Arabia becomes the final country in the world to overturn a ban on women driving. If it's your birthday today, you share it with American poet and Nobel laureate T.S. Eliot, born in 1888. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, September 26th. AccuWeather forecasters predict Hurricane Helene could reach Category 4 strength before making landfall this evening in Florida's Panhandle. Maximum sustained winds could range between 130 and 156 miles per hour. Tropical storm conditions are expected to reach the metro Atlanta area tonight around 11 p.m., bringing heavy rain and high winds with gusts capable of reaching 60 miles per hour. Reality TV star Julie Chrisley, who has served 21 months of her 7-year sentence for tax evasion and fraud, will continue to serve out her full sentence, according to a federal judge. Chrisley, along with her husband Todd, was convicted of lying to banks throughout metro Atlanta to obtain $36 million in loans and then hiding the income from the Internal Revenue Service to avoid paying federal taxes on more than $500,000. Julie Chrisley will serve her remaining 84 months. And in sports, Hurricane Helene has caused cancellations of high school football games around the metro Atlanta area for Friday night. The Atlanta Braves, who are taking on the New York Mets in a pivotal matchup, have also had their games postponed. Last night and tonight's Braves vs. Mets games have been rescheduled for a Monday doubleheader. The doubleheader will begin at 1 p.m. Tickets for last night's game will not be valid for Monday's doubleheader, but tonight's tickets will be honored. You can catch the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Wearing my Braves hat today, just trying to keep hope alive. That's all I need to do is keep hope alive.
Oof, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
A doubleheader to end the season, though, is pretty cool.
Awesome.
It's pretty sweet.
And so I was reading last night.
That stadium could be empty after game 1, though.
Or not even need game 2 if both teams, depending on how everything else shakes out. It's my understanding that they might not even need to play game 2.
Yeah, that's true too. If you think about it, yeah.
Depending on how the cards lay out, and there's no way to know that. But,
they got a big weekend series with the Royals that's going to, I mean, they need to win all 3 of those games too.
Are they going to pitch Sale against the Royals?
Yeah, you have to pitch him against everybody.
Yes. He's like Bugs Bunny against the Gas House Gorillas. He's playing every position.
Yeah.
First base, Chris Sale. Second base, Chris Sale. Pitching, Chris Sale. Catcher, Chris Sale.
You can't save him for a postseason that you may not have,
you don't
right?
get to. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, you have. Then who are you going to get? Because he's not going to have that rest. I don't know.
Yeah,
you got to throw him back out there against one of those games.
I think you throw him tomorrow night. Or, I'm sorry, Saturday. Wait, what's today?
Friday tomorrow night. You're right.
It is tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow night. Friday night, they throw him tomorrow night. You know, why not? Why not move him up, let him play Friday night, let him rest the weekend and get him for Monday?
I think
Save him for Monday.
I think keeping him on schedule is important.
You keep him for game 2 of the doubleheader just in case, or do you let him go game 1 because it's a must-win?
You got to do game 1.
You got to do game 1, yeah, because I mean, there is no game 2 if you get a game 1.
Maybe Schwellenbach.
Just maybe.
He's beaten the Mets twice. Come on now.
Give him a little bit of credit. You're exactly right. Morning Extra, Extra 106.3. The report came out about the June 13th assassination attempt, and it was summarized basically. I'm going to just bring it all down, just to one line basically. It could have been prevented. That's it. That's the summary. You think? That's the first thing that went through my head was, oh yeah? That's a huge surprise. You're telling me that they could have done their job and actually not had the president shot at? You think that could have been prevented since that's your job? Yes, it should have been prevented. It went through all the missteps and all the failures, and none of them have been corrected because no one's been held accountable. And then it happened again. The details are almost humorous. If it wasn't so serious, if this wasn't so serious, I would sit back and laugh because it sounds like a comedy of errors.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, obviously the Secret Service is a different than the administration, or at least you hope to think it would be. You'd think they'd be nonpartisan.
DOJ
they have to protect everybody.
DOJ corruption would tell me different, but I understand where your head's at and why you would want to think that.
But could it have been prevented? Because it seems like it was almost as if they wanted this to happen. They wanted him to have lax security. So I understand what the Secret Service is saying because, they made so many mistakes and they lied. When you tell me that something could be prevented, I expect you to be honest throughout the entire investigation, and they weren't. They lied to us about the fact that, we local police were supposed to cover that. Local police are saying, no, we weren't. Told you we would, and you told us to step back, and we didn't.
We got it.
Yeah. Then you tell us that, our snipers took out the guy, and then we find out, no, it wasn't them. It was a local SWAT team guy who took out the Thomas Crooks. These are the kind of things that we can't believe anything you say. Yeah, it could have been prevented. In reality, it could have been prevented if somebody didn't cheat in 2020 and stole an election from Donald Trump. None of this would have ever been happening, although I still think they'd come after him no matter what.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt. And they're going to come after him. If and when he wins, they're going to come after him even harder than they are now. But following that second attempt, they've decided now to throw more money at it, right? Which is a complete government decision. There's no other entity in the world that says, hey, we got a problem, and they throw millions and millions of dollars at it that never solves anything. I liken it to education. When they scream and holler about schools not performing, and our schools are still trending in the wrong direction. I was reading Angela Morabito the other day, and the fact that she was giving the stats about SAT scores and how they have gone the wrong direction, even though they throw billions of dollars at it. And it's all scooped up by the vultures instead of helping the first child or the school. Same thing's going to happen with this. They're going to throw millions of more dollars on top of a $3.2 billion budget, and nothing will improve. That's government in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's a reactive response to something they need to be proactive about. We already know you don't need more money. You just need to grab the drone out of the closet and bring it this time.
And maybe get a guy that knows how to operate it instead of sitting on hold with some technical support trying to figure out how to get the thing in the air.
The resources you need aren't money. It's not taking from the taxpayer. It is somebody who knows how to be in charge. You have everybody you need, and you already know that. You don't need more officers. The lie that we need more. No, you've had a budget. You have people. Plus, you have local that you can count on too. You have local and county, you have town, you have everything that you need. Now you have to have someone who can actually delegate all the responsibilities in the right way, have a great plan, and go in. That's all they need. That's it. They refuse to stop taking money from the American people. So anything they can use to say, well, the right would really love it if we just threw money at that, make it look like we're helping them. That's all this is.
The drone pilot with the Secret Service, the system is the CUAS system, had technical problems. They had to physically call the 888 tech support hotline to start troubleshooting with the company. It took several hours, according to Just the News. The agent only had 3 months of experience working with the equipment and lacked the knowledge of it.
Wait, what was the CU what?
The CUAS.
Cover your ass. Is that what that stands for?
Yes,
because that's what that sounds like.
Sure does.
Okay,
I can understand why you would say it.
All right,
but that's just one of the many issues, and the fact that all the information that we're getting about the assassination attempt in Butler, because we have none at this point from the one down in Florida, has come from local law enforcement, not from the FBI, not from the CIA, and definitely not from the Secret Service. We're not getting any information from them. That is what the people in Congress that are looking at what's happening, and it is a bipartisan group of congressmen that are looking at, and they're saying they're giving us zero information. Everything we've gotten has been from those local SWAT team members, those local law enforcement members on the ground. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't know what we know now.
Yeah. I mean, I can help out, look at the fence lines, look at rooftops, and have a drone flying around. That's it. Obviously, there's a lot more, and make sure that you're going through the regular protocol that you do anytime you go to one of these rallies. Every time I go through the rally, there is a sweep. And they go through my bag, they do it 3 times. If I move, they get really upset, and I have to go through the entire situation again. So I know they have good security protocols. The Secret Service has always been very good about going through all our stuff, walking through the media pit, making sure we have everything. They sweep us so well, I can't imagine they don't do the same with people who are attending the rallies. When I look at the drone thing, I mean, I think that's so important because I think it does help in a lot of situations. I know it does in the Super Bowl. Mike Bryant, who owns Skydis Gear, that's what he does. He builds these drones, and he works with local police and probably Georgia State in order to secure for Super Bowls, big events like that. That's what they use these drones for. So I know the technology is good enough, strong enough, and will help alleviate any of the fears of some of these situations. So make sure that you're hiring professionals that know what they're doing. That's all there needs to be. I think he should do this rally. I don't think he should be scared. I think the people of Pennsylvania, we got to give them credit. When he says they stayed around, when he said they were the ones who were calling everything out,
pointing it out,
I feel safe with the people of Butler, Pennsylvania, and the people of Pennsylvania.
Dude, there's nothing more brave. There's nothing more smart. There's nothing more acting in a serving manner, almost like your first responders. Those people stayed put. When you hear gunshots, I mean, you've seen videos on social media 1 million times. Gunshots, people scatter like ice from a spoon, and those people stayed put and pointed in the direction. It really is remarkable.
Yeah,
You're not wrong about that.
Look, sometimes a car backfires. I almost jump through my roof.
Right, absolutely right.
And these people stood around, and you know what they did too? I mean, when you really watch the video, they ran to Corey's side. They did everything they could to clear a path and made sure they became part of that entire.
That's what you expect out of Americans.
Well,
that's what
real Americans.
That's what I expect.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, 100%. I don't feel the same way on the other side. I feel like they would just be chaos, and well, they'd cause the chaos. So I'd assume it would just be that way. But to see the way people come together, and you know what, on both sides, when tragedy strikes both sides, I don't care if you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, that's when you see the true human nature of people. They come together no matter what political party to help solve something or help someone. It's a beautiful thing, and that's what we saw in Butler, and that's what I expect the same amount of people and the same people that were there are going to come back, and they are going to have a wonderful rally without any fear, which is what I hope, because the people should be afraid too.
But I love the fact they're not. I love the fact they're like, we will not be moved. We will not budge. We will not give in to your fear. We will not give in to your threats. We will live as free Americans. We will do that in the face of your threats and nonsense and your bogus letters of bounties.
I think this will be the biggest rally he does. I think everybody is going to come to Butler
I think you're right.
to honor Corey Comprador and to be at an event where Donald Trump was shot in the head. I want to hope that everybody from Pennsylvania will make their way, like a pilgrimage to there. And I think it will. I think it'll be the biggest crowd you've ever seen at a rally.
Michael Horowitz, the Justice Department Inspector General, he doesn't really recall how many people they had to reimburse for payment on January 6th. He didn't really know. He didn't deny that there were people in the crowd, but he just didn't recall, Rhino, how many people that he had to reimburse for bringing them there to D.C. on January 6th.
The one thing I like about lawyers is I don't recall.
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure. I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I'll have to get back to you on that. That's exactly what this is. And we know, we saw Nancy Pelosi pretty much tell you that this is a setup. Anybody on the Capitol grounds, I want them arrested. I've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah.
We know that she was pivotal in the idea of getting rid of and making sure that no National Guards members were anywhere around. We know there was FBI in the crowd. There's no doubt. It's already been proven. They tried to hide everything. We know Antifa was in the crowd. We know Antifa broke a window that Ashley Babbitt walked through. We know a lot about what happened in the setup of January 6th. I also know that there were people who also did really bad things and probably shouldn't have fallen into the trap, because that's what they did. They fell into the trap.
And set by the FBI and the federal government.
I'm not taking away any of the responsibility of people who were there and got caught up in it. They deserve to get the punishments they deserve. I always believe that. If you break a window, if you hurt someone, if you attack a police officer, sorry, you need to pay your penance for that, and that's what it's going to be. But the reality of it is this. They set this up. There's so much, and I wish we could just do, hours upon hours of what happened at January 6th, because it's something that I covered while streaming, and what I saw was news was not there. They made sure not to be there, which was very odd that they weren't there, because they didn't want the film coverage of that. There was just so much information that came out after, of letting people in the building just to set them up like that.
Mm-hmm. Low down, man.
And the FBI now saying, oh, well, we can't tell you how many were there.
He's not sure.
After telling us there was none of them there, right?
And now they don't deny that the FBI was there.
Wonder why no one trusts any of these places.
That's a great question. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Do you self-censor depending on your company? Just like, meaning the company that you keep, the people around you? The majority of Americans have spoken on this. What do you think their answer is? I'll tell you next on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Kamala Harris wants to control prices at grocery stores. Will grocery stores soon be run by unions?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Foundation repair isn't pretty, but at Atlanta Ramjack, we make it easy. If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with the repair. Why call us? Foundation repair is all we do. We have highly trained estimators that will thoroughly evaluate your home and only recommend what is needed. If you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881.
You know, it just hit me. A lot of people think that Rough Greens is dog food. Not at all. Rough Greens is a dog supplement. Greetings. I'm naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, founder of Rough Greens, and you may already know this, but dog food is dead food. And Rough Greens is what our furry family members desperately want and need nutritionally to rebuild their immune system so they can feel better and live longer. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just sprinkle on some Rough Greens with the live vitamins, minerals, probiotics, digestive enzymes, omega oils, tons of antioxidants, all to help with their low energy, achy joints, bad breath, and all the other problems they have. So yes, my dogs and I are still offering a free Jumpstart trial bag, so your dog can try it. All you got to do is cover the shipping. Hey, it's an easy, smart way to help your furry friend feel better and live longer. A free Jumpstart trial bag can be at your door within a few business days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
Fox on Tech.
ChatGPT can finally chat with you. OpenAI, the company behind the revolutionary text-based artificial intelligence app that writes poetry and resumes and maybe even news articles, is now going to integrate voice. The company will roll out the new feature to its paid tier users at first. It's one of two new things ChatGPT can do. The company's website says it can engage a user in real back-and-forth conversation, completing requests and making use of a number of voices from which the user can pick. ChatGPT will also be able to respond to pictures. Perhaps you enter a photo of a broken piece of equipment. The AI can recognize it and suggest a repair. A photo of the food in your fridge could generate a recipe. OpenAI says after its paying customers get the chance to use the voice and image features, they'll make them available to developers. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Vela, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Metro Atlanta under a tropical storm warning this morning. Helene is wreaking havoc. It moved the Braves games, canceled yesterday and today's game against the Mets. They will be played on Monday in a doubleheader. But we'll keep up with everything that's going on. Rhino will have all that stuff in the headlines anytime we hit those. But just be safe, be prepared. You mentioned it earlier, a trip to True Prep, probably not a bad idea. Having extra water, having a generator, probably not a bad idea.
Grab some food that you can heat your water up and just throw it in there because you're not going to have a stove one way or another. So, be careful out there, too. I mean, make sure that you have everything you need.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. I think most people do this in general, and that is self-censor. I think people are just like, I'm not going to say this out loud because it's going to cause an issue, specifically with family and friends and whatever. You just don't want to rock the boat. You don't raise too much cane.
Is there a class for that?
Yeah, I know, right?
I might
doing
need
it a long time.
I'm trying.
I've been doing it a long time.
I've gotten better about it.
My Aunt Peg and I see things so very differently. And it's never gotten to the point of boiling over, but it's gotten to the point where I was like, okay, let's not talk about this anymore because this is, and I love her. I love her to death. Her politics are very different. She's very aggressive in her politics. I'm more subdued, and so I always try to take the lead on that and just say, hey, here's the deal. Let's stay friends. I love you. I couldn't care less who you vote for. I actually can, but I'm going to tell you this just to keep the peace. But the majority of Americans admit to self-silencing, especially on really big hot-button issues. I remember, was it 2 weeks ago, we played audio of two girls on a college campus, And someone just doing an interview came up and said, hey, how many genders are there? And the one girl says, there's 2, obviously. And her friend jumps in and she's like, stop talking. Do not say this on camera. Do not say this on camera. Because she knows that at any point could go viral and change this girl's life forever. So even if she agreed with her, she was like, do not say it aloud. Social media can do things that you don't want and you're not ready for. And we've seen it a million times. So that's a friend looking out for another friend. And that's what I hope people will do to me. I've seen it a million times. So I keep my opinions to myself a lot of times. Now, 6 in 10 Americans. So think of 10 people that you'll run into today. 6 of them do not speak their minds on topics that are hot button issues for this exact same reason.
Yeah, I understand it, especially in family situations. Now, if there's somebody I don't know and they start, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You know, I think I told the story about a guy up in North Carolina. We're just having a nice conversation with another friend of mine, and he just walked in out of nowhere, and he knows what I do for a living. I had not talked about politics. I was talking about music and Lionel Richie, talking about singing Lionel Richie songs, and the guy comes up, and he's like, how can you, and Trump killed my dad, and starts spitting in my face. And I
he
just
said
sat
Donald
there.
Trump killed his dad.
Yeah, because he thinks that, Donald Trump told the VA. This is the kind of delusion that they have. Yeah. And I was like, well, Donald Trump did a lot of good things for the VA, but okay, look, hey, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not talking about that now. Kept yelling at me. And for the first time, I felt really proud that I was able to go, are you done? And then I just turned around and walked away. I didn't get involved in it. And there's certain people that I don't get involved with.
Turning a new leaf, Rhino.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
This is self-control. I like it. Look, golf clap.
But Erin sometimes will tell me, hey, she gives me signs because she knows and she feels the same way I do. But she could see someone else and know where they're going to go. And she's like, hey, don't go there with them. Yeah. And I know right then and there, I'm not going to say anything.
I'm going to cut it off here.
Because, number one, I'm going to be more prepared than most people if you came up to me not knowing what I did and you start yelling out about Project 25 and all these things. I am going to put you in your place. But now I'm just kind of the same way. Now, my family happens to be conservative, though I do have family members that are very, very liberal.
Don't we all?
We just don't talk politics.
Yeah. I found this fascinating. And it's a very low number, but the numbers go lower. 36% of Democrats publicly say they trust the government to tell the truth. I think that's a gigantic number. 36%, because I can't think of anybody that really believes the government's going to tell you the truth. Now, when asked quietly, in private, that same question, 5% of Democrats say they trust the government to tell the truth.
Well, that makes sense.
Nobody trusts the government to tell the truth.
No.
And it's only when it benefits your side do you think the government's telling the truth. And even then, when it is benefiting my side, I know there's an ulterior motive. I know there's something else going on. I do not trust whatsoever. It just isn't reality for me. Republicans say, do you think the government tells the truth? Out loud, 14% of Republicans
say they tell the truth.
Say the government will tell them the truth, which I think is...
Who are those 14%?
Well, but see... In private, when asked in private...
Jeff Duncan?
Yeah. When asked in private, that very same question, 2% of Republicans actually... That's the thing. It's going back to self-censoring.
To say the truth.
Yeah,
right.
It's going back to self-censoring. Only 2% of Republicans believe the government is ever going to tell you the truth.
Well, it should be 0%. The government never tells you the truth.
No, that's right.
You may side with one side or the other, but they never tell you the truth. You have to find the truth on your own. That's the most important lesson of getting involved in politics. It's the most important lesson you and I have learned and Carlos have learned is we better do the research. We better find the truth ourselves because they're not going to tell it to us.
Media, it's about the same. Trust in the government to tell you the truth and the media to tell you the truth. Republicans,
well, they're the same thing.
Out loud, yes, they're one is a branch of the other. Out loud, 16% of the Republicans publicly trust the media to tell them the truth. Only 3% when asked in private. That's the thing. People know. They know better. They know better. And yet, these people, especially on the left, 5% of them believe the government's telling them the truth. 5% believe that the media is telling the truth. Yet, they go to the media and get their narrative and get their talking points and spew it and espouse it out loud on social media. anywhere they possibly can, knowing that it's not real.
Yeah,
that's bothersome to me.
That is bothersome because that's what the media has become. I don't care if it's Fox News or MSNBC,
They all
ABC.
have the same goal: keep you watching as long as they can.
And they're going to pick a side. And you can see it in Fox News more than anyone else, the way they kind of go with the sale of the, it was a long time when Nikki Haley and DeSantis and everybody else were still in this race. Look at the way they kind of just backed off of Trump, or look even before then when Trump wasn't even really into the race yet. He was just talking about joining. Look at the way they turned on him. Look at the way that and then all of a sudden now they're like, hey, Trump's on Hannity, Trump's here, Trump there, hey, come do this town hall, come do this, come do that. It's all about media. About ratings, about making money. None of them are going to tell you the truth. They're all going to have their certain spin. It's for you to go in there and say, hey, Fox News said this, now let me look into it and find stories. It's the one thing I do. I listen to CNN. I listen to Fox News.
You have to.
I listen to MSNBC.
Absolutely.
And then I just take the main parts of the story and I type it in and pull up everything else and go, now I got the real truth.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me compare and contrast. Let me form my own opinion by looking at a lot of different sources. Joe, you being the youngest by far of us, half of our age, what do you, when it comes to younger folks like you, what's your trust in the media altogether?
In the media? None.
Yeah, so that's not a surprise. Not a surprise, but that's in line with everyday Republicans and Democrats. What about trust in government?
None.
Okay, so everybody is to the same point. Everybody's the same place, Rhino. Everybody knows that we're being lied to, that we're being led around by our nose. Everybody knows it.
And it's weird to me that the left loves government so much and loves government intervention into their lives, yet they don't trust them. Yeah. Why would you allow them to set up your life, to make the rules, to tell you what to do while they take your money, they make a living off of you, they get wealthy, they have 5 homes, and then tell you, well, we're the government, and you shouldn't need for more than what you have.
That's right. I'm always suspicious of the people.
Democrats, you're weird when you listen to that stuff. Republicans too, man.
I'm suspicious when people take more than they need, says Michelle Obama with, 3, 4, 5 houses?
Yeah.
In the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Suspicious of you too, Big Mike. Very suspicious.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3 when we come back after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update. By the way, 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Sant Law. When you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Kamala Harris bombed the rehearsed interview on MSNBC. The evidence. Next on the Morning Xtra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Watched a little documentary last night, Netflix, Bill Gates. The question was, should there be billionaires? Should our government enact laws that make it impossible or illegal for somebody to be a billionaire? Now, my problem with programs like this is, why can't the interviewers have some basic knowledge so they can ask the right questions? And why do so many of the people who are being interviewed play loose with the facts without being challenged? Some examples. First of all, what happens if you stop people from making money once they become a billionaire? Oh boy, that's easy. They stop doing the things that made them rich. And what does that mean? Businesses close down, innovation stops, the manufacture of products, whatever it was they were building, that stops. Does that help society? After all, the rich keep getting richer because they keep doing the things that make them rich, and ditto for the poor. Okay, I have a minute to squeeze the rest of this in. Bernie Sanders is on the show. He said that Warren Buffett's tax rate is lower than his secretary's. What they didn't say on this program is that Buffett is paying capital gains taxes. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a job that gives him a W-2. He gets a 1099. His secretary gets the W-2. Different tax rates. Bernie didn't want to mention that. And then there's this. Well, maybe the rich should pay more taxes after all. In the 50s and 60s, the tax rates were 50, 60, and 70%. Well, yeah, they were, but we had deductions too. Young people don't realize this. You could deduct all of the interest on your credit cards, deduct all of the interest on your mortgage, deduct all of the interest on your personal loans. That brought your effective tax rate down to the levels we see today. Programs like this are interesting, can be informative. A little honesty along the way wouldn't hurt. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
As the longest continually operating franchise in Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves have plenty of history to share with fans. Tours of Truist Park are offered year-round, and take guests behind the scenes to areas normally off limits during games. With artifacts and exhibits distributed throughout the ballpark, it's a definite must for any Braves or baseball fan. Visit Braves.com/tours to purchase your tickets today. And did you know that along with exclusive tours around the ballpark, you can also host a private event at Truist Park? Corporate meetings, trade shows, team building events, holiday parties, rehearsal dinners, you name it. Truist Park can host it. Their dedicated staff is sure to bring your vision to life. Whether you're looking for a large space or something more intimate for your next event, there's a venue to accommodate your needs. Visit Braves.com/events to see more details. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country. Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
This is a ball game. You can't say, that Donald Trump is just fine, but he's better for America than they are. Who doesn't know that?
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Now a Category 2 storm on Jack Callahan, Fox News. Hurricane Helene forecast to slam into Florida's Big Bend region in less than 12 hours. Mandatory evacuation orders now in place for coastal communities in Wakulla County, south of Tallahassee. Fox weather meteorologist Marissa Torres is there.
We're expecting an incredible, unsurvivable storm surge. This could see a storm surge potentially up to 20 feet. A 20-foot storm surge, there is no way you're going to outrun that or survive that.
The hurricane expected to be at a strong Category 3 or even Category 4 strength at landfall. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted by a federal grand jury in Manhattan, reportedly for accepting foreign illegal campaign contributions.
These charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became.
Mayor Adams says he will not resign. The contents of the still sealed indictment will be released later today. President Biden announcing an $8 billion military aid package for Ukraine, including the first shipment of medium-range precision-guided bombs. Russia warning there'll be consequences for any Western nation that helps Ukraine attack it. The Kremlin says they've revised their policy on using nuclear weapons. New Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. Israel's military says they hit infrastructure used to transfer weapons from Syrian territory to Hezbollah in Lebanon. A dozen nations are calling for a 21-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon.
The international community attempts to broker a ceasefire, and a U.S. official confirms with Fox News that the U.S. is in active talks with several countries to do exactly that.
Fox's Nate Foy in Israel. Israel's foreign minister says there will not be a ceasefire. America is listening to Fox News.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Extra 106.3 and Fox are red. CNN and CBS are blue. If you want conservative news and talk, we have just the app for you. Search for the Extra app wherever you download apps.
The big story of the day, of course, Hurricane Helene. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hours, brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency in anticipation of what will become Tropical Storm Helene by the time it gets to Atlanta. But Atlanta now currently under a tropical storm warning. Joe Biden has approved a major disaster declaration for FEMA to assist the state of Georgia. But to hear it out loud that Atlanta's under tropical storm warning it's the most bizarre thing. It just sounds weird. It sounds funny. It sounds like something you hear in coastal towns, not in landlocked Atlanta. But that's what we have. That's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, Savannah, obviously, we have our Georgia coast. But
yeah, for sure. There, Savannah, all day long.
But they're not getting it. We're getting it more than they are, which is kind of different than always. Hopefully, it'll break up. I mean, we don't know much about this, but the fact that it's gaining strength and could get to Category 4 strength with 130 mile-per-hour winds. That's a scary thought for Florida. So, of course, we're thinking about Florida, our neighbors, and everybody that's down there, because I know a lot of people are on fall break. Cobb County's on fall break this week. So
Forsyth County as well.
Forsyth and a lot of counties, might be down there. So hopefully everybody's okay there.
I certainly hope and pray that that's the way that it all shakes out and everybody probably gets home. I know our coworker, front office Lowe's, Carlos Medina, he and his family, because they have a home down their Port St. Joe area, have decided to come on home, which is a wise decision, because I was a little concerned about them. I know they've been through this with their house being destroyed with Hurricane Michael, and I can't imagine the feeling, the pit that they have in their stomach about the possibility of having to live through that chaos again. So thoughts and prayers certainly with them. But yeah, man, I don't know about y'all, but we've not done a whole lot to, I mean, we have enough water. We definitely have it. We always have enough water on hand. And we have, some of those supplies, but there's not anything that we've done in particular. And my wife is as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rockers about trees.
Yeah.
She's like, because our whole area that our house sits on, the land, the property our house sits on, is surrounded by trees. And when that wind comes the way that it's being predicted, then that's the biggest fear in the world. I mean, you had a tree fall on a truck, two trees fall on a truck.
Yeah.
I've never experienced that. I've seen it, I've seen it happen before. But if there is a worry for me and my family, that's it.
Yeah, it should be. And this is why it's important to keep an eye on those trees throughout the entire year, because you start to see the root system develop to the point where you're like, I don't think this has enough root to stay up during a major storm. The tree falling on cars is a bad thing. It's happened to my parents too. They had two cars. My mom had a Mercedes. My dad had a BMW, or vice versa.
Jeez,
I don't remember.
Big times, boy.
Yeah,
y'all living right.
They bought them like used. I mean, they didn't buy them new. They were like pre-owned, but whatever. Still,
it's amazing.
Nice.
I never had one.
They were having a good time when Donald Trump was president, for sure.
Most were.
2 trees fell on each car.
No, dude.
And then I lost mine to 2 trees. And I'm like, man, they got, one car with 1 tree. At least they both fell on my 1 car.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get bad luck with that. But a lot of it is the root system and the Georgia clay and the way it's going. So make sure that you're watching them. Make sure you have enough water. Make sure you have enough food. I, by the way, have a ton of beefaroni and all the good stuff. SpaghettiOs. Yeah, all that good stuff. I buy cans. Whenever they're on sale, this is part of my prepping ideas. I do have other food, like freeze-dried food and stuff like that, but I buy canned goods when they're on sale for 10 for 10. So I just stock them up. I mean,
smart.
I have probably so much. I can live on that for the rest of my life.
I do the exact same thing.
Joe, you do it
10
whether
for
it's a
10?
hurricane
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah.
Well, I like those mini raviolis.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those things are so tasty.
They're
I
so
grew
good.
up on them too.
They have lasagna. I was like, I've never seen the lasagna
we
in a
used to get
can.
that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's obviously not. It tastes just like the spaghetti.
Yeah.
It tastes just like the ravioli.
I do that chicken noodle soup when it's on sale.
They're in
10
different
for 10,
shapes.
Same
all
thing,
that.
different shapes.
That's exactly right, man. You convince yourself it's something else, but it all tastes the same.
They're a little metallic-y.
Yeah.
They're nice.
We do. You know what I do is, and my mama used to, when I was in the Navy, Mama used to send me care packages. Right? They would put together boxes that looked like a Christmas tree box. That's how big it was. I don't know how they got it out to the ship. And she would send enough for everybody in my division. I mean, she'd be like, make sure you share the cookies with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. And she used to buy canned chicken. And my wife is disgusted and repulsed by it.
Yeah, I love it.
I love it.
I buy the natural.
Which means
Coleman
nothing.
Farms natural, yeah.
Which means nothing. It's a good marketing.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds
they have
great.
a little farm on the can. It looks real.
Is this just shredded chicken in a can, or is this the whole?
No,
they
just
sell
shredded.
the whole chicken.
Oh, I've never done that one. No, this
Like
is just the
bones and
shredded.
all.
No,
Oh, okay.
shredded
Yeah,
chicken. Yeah,
that's
man.
good.
Eat it with some crackers.
Yeah.
Mix it with some mayo, some
No, I ain't gonna do that. I
mustard.
like
some,
mayo.
oh, you don't like it?
Well,
You ever
mayo.
try like mustard or any
No,
of that?
I've
Do you
never.
like-
No, I
Yeah.
haven't.
I'll do that
admit.
every once in a while. Put some oil, mustard.
Put it on top of a salad or some crackers, man. I'm in for that. But that's our preparation.
That's what I got for lunch today, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Shredded chicken over a
Living
salad.
good.
I buy it that way, yeah.
Living
That's
good.
the other canned good. Look, I have tons of tuna. I have tons of Chef Boyardee, tons of soups. It's an
Smart.
easy way to prep and
Yeah.
make sure that you have stuff. I can live, I think, 3 to 5 years just on Chef Boyardee at this point.
He's like a cockroach in a nuclear meltdown.
That's the unfortunate part for me is I eat them.
Yeah, I know, right? You can't save them.
I eat them too
Well,
much.
I look.
Dude, we got gallons.
I'm not
and
gonna
gallons
lie.
and
Every once in a
gallons of
while,
water in our basement.
There you
Man,
go.
We got it all.
That's all you need.
Morning Extra. Hope you're prepared to keep it on Extra 106.3. We've been talking about it through the day. I do have some it's disappointing news, I'm sure, for listeners that this afternoon Kimmer will be out of the studio. He's not going to be in. And so Guy Benson will be on instead of the Kimmer show today. He's just having some tooth issues, still having some toothache.
Oh,
so
man.
Kimmer is not
Okay.
going anywhere.
This
He
is
will
your
be
fault.
back. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Yeah, you said he wasn't going to make it through it.
No,
Now,
I didn't
this
say
is
that.
the
I never said that. Was
third
not me
time.
that said that. I never said. I think that was you. If it was anybody,
I think it was
you.
Carlos. He's not
Maybe.
here. We can
Yes,
blame him.
But just make note of that Kimmer show off today. He will be back tomorrow. Do not panic because I know the emails and text messages that are going to come in. Where's Kimmer? And I just want you to know that he has taken a day because he is not well. Okay, he's
What
not
happened to
feeling
Pete? They did such a great show yesterday.
Yeah, Pete decided he's going to take the day too. And
It's a lot for him.
I guess so.
You know why? He has to give the time every minute and a half to 2 minutes, and he's not able to keep up with it. Pete really has struggled through that and the birthday thing, so I think that was tough for him.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I understand.
maybe that's why.
Pete's a brilliant dude, man. He can't just be limited to those things. It's hard for him.
That's exactly right. Morning
Get
Extra.
well, though.
On Extra 106.3, yes, definitely get
We
well.
love you, Kimmer.
Stephanie Rule, let me tell you the questions that Stephanie Rule asked in this MSNBC interview. This, pre-produced, pre-recorded, handled as best they could, and it was still a bomb. It was still a complete failure. It was still exactly what you expect out of Kamala Harris. But the hard-hitting questions that were brought up, Donald Trump always asks really, really difficult questions by a myriad of media entities because he's always engaging with them. The questions that Stephanie Rule asked are about McDonald's, Rhino. McDonald's. This is the hard-hitting journalism that you get on MSNBC.
Donald Trump gets questions about lies that happen, oh, you're a rapist and all these things. Oh, you're a threat to democracy. Why are you such a threat? And this is the question in an interview to find out about policy that Stephanie Rule decided that she needed to ask.
The first one, just a fact check, because your opponent
There is
almost
no little
every
job.
day.
There's no such thing as a little job.
Okay, fair. Because your opponent almost every day seems to be talking about this. So I just want to ask you yes or no. At any point in your life, have you served 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, on a sesame seed bun, looking at a McDonald's? Yes or no? That's it.
I have.
Okay, now the other job.
But it was not a small job. I did the fries. I mean,
Yeah.
I did the fries. That's the hard-hitting journalism that you're getting for the woman that wants to be the leader of the free world. Did you work at McDonald's? That is what they're talking about on MSNBC.
I think McDonald's is a great job. I really do. I think it was my first job. I was 14 years old when I started at McDonald's. I started in the fry pit. I loved being in the fry pit.
Can you prove it? Can you prove it?
Because
Kamala can't.
Yes, I can prove it. I can absolutely prove it. I know the people who still own the Syos at McDonald's where I worked and Syos at Long Island. But I moved up to the drive-through manager. They said manager. I wasn't really a manager.
Yeah.
They just said that because they could keep me in there and just keep moving along. So I think it is an important job. But is it something that we have to ask somebody who has not given us one answer on what she can and will do for certain things? What I do know is she has no business in any kind of foreign policy. She has no idea where our troops are, and she's the vice president of the United States currently and has no idea where our troops are. She also is involved in something that we are now looking at maybe a World War III because of the Biden-Harris administration's mishandling of Afghanistan and everywhere else. So foreign policy, we're not going to ask about that. Let's ask about McDonald's. Oh, the economy is reeling. It doesn't matter that we have this false little sugar high. Everybody understands that we're heading for one of the worst recessions, maybe depression, in history. Housing prices are up. Unemployment is not what they said. They had to claw back those numbers. The manufacturing numbers have been clawed back. They've been lying. Do we ask that question? No, we ask about 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, all on a sesame seed bun.
That's the hard-hitting interview you get that's pre-produced, pre-edited because Kamala can't do it live. And she still bombed it even then. When asked about lowering housing costs, she's going to take a holistic look.
And assistance to state and local governments around transit dollars. And looking holistically at the connection between that and housing. And looking holistically at the incentives we in the federal government can create for local and state governments to actually engage in planning in a holistic manner that includes prioritizing affordable housing.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Someone call me and explain to me what that means.
It doesn't mean anything, dude. It means I can't answer the question, so I'm going to give you a jumbled up word salad, and you're not going to challenge me on it because you're my voter. Stephanie Ruhle she said it on Bill Maher's show over the weekend. She said, no, she doesn't need to answer questions. It doesn't matter we don't know where she is because we do know where Donald Trump is, and he's a threat to democracy. That's what the lady that set up this interview, that did this interview on MSNBC said over the weekend. She's not going to press Kamala Harris on anything. Kamala knows that. That's the reason she chose her to do the interview with.
That's exactly why. Look, she's not going into any hostile territory. Again, why she doesn't need to be the president of the United States. She has no foreign policy strengths whatsoever. If she can't walk into an interview and face tough questions, she can't face really, really life-threatening questions when it comes to dealing with Putin, Kim Jong-un, or any of the crazy people that are out in this world trying to dominate. I think she's trying to dominate and take over for a group because there's no way you could vote for this woman. There is no way I could vote for this woman. She hasn't given me an answer that makes sense yet.
And won't.
And will not give that answer. And it's an embarrassment. If I was Stephanie Ruhle, I'd quit because you're not a journalist. You did an interview for what? What was this for? Rolling Stone magazine? What is this for? Like, this drives me nuts because when I was in sports, it was the same kind of people that would come in and be like, I'm sitting here trying to get an answer from like Gary Sheffield about playing baseball. And I get, what's your favorite cologne that you've ever worn? Like, when do you go out? I'm like, guys, this is the kind of stuff we don't need. This has nothing to do with baseball. This has nothing to do with politics. All you're asking are stupid questions. Stephanie Ruhle should have followed up and be like, I'm sorry, you lost you on the holistic thing. What does that
actually mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? When I ask you, what are you going to do to lower prices? I don't want to hear that you're from middle class. We're all from middle class. We're all dealing with it. By telling me you're going to lower grocery prices because they're too high from your administration, what is your plan?
Not that I give Stephanie Ruhle much credit, because I don't. She let Kamala Harris off the hook. She knew Kamala Harris wasn't going to answer the questions, and she was fine with that. That's the reason she got the interview. So she let it slide so she could get the interview. But I will give her at least a little bit of credit. After the interview, She did say what we all were thinking.
Here's what's a little tricky. She doesn't answer the question around if the GOP is controlling the Senate, if she can't raise corporate taxes, where is she going to get the money from? To expand the child tax credit and do all the things she wants to do. And she says, we just have to do it. And that's great, and that's a campaign promise. But the issue is, if it means we're just going to borrow again, then what we're doing is we're just never addressing the deficit. And back in the days when you were a proud Republican, debts and deficits mattered.
And they still do, Stephanie Rule.
Wait, why didn't she do that in the middle of that?
Because she's never going to challenge Kamala Harris. She's a Kamala Harris voter. Now that it's over with, she can step back and be like, she didn't give us the answers we wanted, and they're not dealing with the deficit. Next, let's move along. Nothing else to see. Let's talk about something else. She's not going to do that. She's not going to challenge Kamala Harris. I bet there was an agreement. I bet there was a written agreement. You cannot ask her follow-up questions. You cannot press her on anything. That's the only reason she got the interview to begin with.
Well, Stephanie Rule, you're either part of their propaganda wing or you're just the weakest interviewer that ever was. We'll never get interviews with people like that. You know why? It's the same reason why Raphael Warnock refused to come on this show. Why John Ossoff, Stacey Abrams. The only one, and unfortunately, she lost bad, was running for mayor. Gosh, I even forgot her name. Felicia
Moore.
Yeah, Felicia Moore was the only one who was willing to hey, I'll come on your station. I'll talk to you. I'll give them.
And I felt like we were fair to her, and she even reached out afterwards and said, I appreciate how fair you were.
Yeah, and we gave her tough questions. We did. We told her a lot of tough things. We did the same thing. Look, I'll give Antonio Brown, he came on too.
Yeah, he did.
We destroyed him with some of our questions. He wasn't happy about it, but he was fair enough to understand, hey, we're going to ask you these tough questions about your past, about the corruption that you're involved with. We're going to ask those questions.
But he had the courage to come on. At least he had the courage to come on.
Look, we're the only ones who were look, we like Buddy Carter. We have him on all the time.
We ask him tough questions.
He does not like it sometimes. But he continues to come on and he faces the fire. I like that. I do like that. And I don't mind asking those tough questions. There are some times that you're just having, you have to ask questions about policy, what they're thinking, what they're doing. Marjorie Taylor Greene came on. What was the first question I asked her after she went to see Nick Fuentes? Why did you go to AFPAC? Why did you go? Well, you thought it was America First. We talked, and her and I talked before CPAC about that. I'm like, what is AFPAC? So I knew she didn't understand what it was, but I still asked the tough questions.
I don't give her a pass.
Still asked her that. I didn't either.
Still don't.
Said there's no excuse for it.
There's no excuse for it. It's exactly right.
I'm not going to be Stephanie Rule and be like, what's your favorite McDonald's sandwich? You like Chick-fil-A? Me too.
It reflects poorly on us if we don't ask those questions. It reflects poorly on us, and I refuse, and Rhino refuses, and Los refuses, and Board Up Going Captain Virgin River refuses to not ask the tough questions. Stephanie Rule, why won't you ask them? I think we know the answer. You laid it out pretty well. She's part of the machine. She's doing the bidding of the Democrats. When we continue, we'll knock out the headlines. And the UN, though Rhino and I have discussed our disdain for the UN, they have one major fear about what's going to happen in 40 days. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Well, they're trying to control us, too. They're trying to say, we're children, and they can tell us what we can come out of our mouths. Yeah. Don't let other people tell you what you can say.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
While fall temperatures are cooling down, the action in the stadium and on the field is really heating up. If you find yourself in hot water from too much celebrating during the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we handle bonds from the Battery to the Bends, and even for those who celebrate action between the hedges. At A Second Chance, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Mad Men. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Mad Men every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Securing America.
The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency began its annual K-12 School Safety Summit Wednesday. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas delivered the keynote address, decrying the fact that attention at the start of the school year is not just on academics.
At too many schools across the country, these last few weeks have also been defined by terror in the face of an attack, by trauma following a threat.
Mayorkas adding that there are more than 1,000 bomb threats against schools each year. He says the government is doing what it can to help local districts.
Working to provide you, your communities, and your school systems with the resources necessary to protect yourselves, your infrastructure, and your students.
However, the secretary says the bottom line is
none of this should be normalized. Schools should be sacrosanct.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, September 26th. AccuWeather forecasters predict Hurricane Helene could reach Category 4 strength before making landfall this evening in Florida's Panhandle. Maximum sustained winds could range between 130 and 156 miles per hour. Tropical storm conditions are expected to reach the metro Atlanta area tonight around 11 p.m., bringing heavy rain and high winds with gusts capable of reaching 60 miles per hour. Reality TV star Julie Chrisley, who has served 21 months of her 7-year sentence for tax evasion and fraud, will continue to serve out her full sentence, according to a federal judge. Chrisley, along with her husband Todd, was convicted of lying to banks throughout the metro Atlanta area to obtain $36 million in loans and then hiding the income from the IRS to avoid paying federal taxes on more than $500,000. Julie Chrisley will serve her remaining 84 months. And in sports, Hurricane Helene has caused cancellations of high school football games around the metro Atlanta area for Friday night. The Atlanta Braves, who are taking on the New York Mets in a pivotal matchup, have also had their games postponed. Last night and tonight's Braves game will be rescheduled for a Monday doubleheader with the Mets. The doubleheader will begin Monday afternoon at 1:10. Tickets for last night's game will not be valid for Monday's doubleheader, but tonight's tickets will be honored. Also, check your flights. Atlanta Hartsfield Airport has canceled up to 80 flights so far today.
Just looking at other baseball news, just because I'm obviously a Braves fan and keeping up with what's going on, how odd is it that the Oakland A's are playing their last game in the Coliseum? I mean, Oakland is not going to have professional sports anymore. I mean, the football team moved. I mean, maybe with good reason. But those handful of fans that were there, I saw the videos of last night, and I mean, it was sparsely attended, of course, and they lost 5-1. But and then there were some fans that were arrested for trying to steal seats and take them out of the Coliseum, which is a move that Captain Goey Virgin River would do. Our board
all on that.
I would too. Sure. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, right. But but you'd both be arrested. So maybe you just wait until the Coliseum decides to sell them.
I wouldn't get caught.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, you can put it in your shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna do?
Put a seat.
Yeah, I'm fat enough already.
Yeah.
See, I'd go to the top and grab them, or go somewhere where I could just throw them over the side and go get them later.
Then you got to carry them further.
Maybe I won't get a seat, but I'd grab some stuff.
No, I'm going to throw them in some bushes, behind the stadium, over the side, and then go get them after.
I don't know.
I'm not going to carry it through security.
Yeah, I just don't know you're getting out of there with it.
Probably not.
But look, it's just. It's like an end of an era.
Yeah, we got some Turner Field seats here. We should try taking some of those and see what happens. We have cameras everywhere, though.
Exactly right. Yeah, there is that part of me that I see them when they pop up occasionally on Facebook Marketplace or eBay or something. I would like to have some old Atlanta Fulton County seats, those orange and red ones. You know what I mean? I would like to have that.
The old Omni ones were cool too.
That's awesome. Yeah,
I like those.
Super cool. If you like playing golf, since we're talking about sports,
I do.
Then the 2024 Fall Green Card is available. We're down to 12. Of these green cards left, and we started with a couple hundred, so it just shows you how quickly these things are disappearing. Opportunity to play 6 premier courses with a cart. With a cart, I want to emphasize that, for a one-time fee of $249. That is a $600 value. Here are the courses: Mystery Valley Golf Club, Stone Mountain Golf Club, Sequoia National, Country Club of Gwinnett, Cherokee Run Golf Club, and Heritage Links. All 6 courses with a cart. Just $249. They will sell out, and it seems likely in the next few days they will sell out. So if you want one, you better go to extra1063.com and get it now. That's extra1063.com. You'll see the link on there to purchase it for you or as a gift. Purchase a couple so you and a friend can go. Whatever the situation is that works best for you, that is the way you need to go so you can go play a whole lot of golf. 6 incredible courses for a very, very reasonable price.
I'm so excited for we got a big event at Heritage coming up.
That's right.
The good thing is you can get this golf pass, bring 6 of your friends, go play that, and then sign up for the November Veterans Day event that we're going to put on and join our teams.
I hope you'll come out. It will be a fun time. Be a part of that, and we'll have a whole lot more as we get just a little bit closer. The details being sewn up now, but it is going to it's going to be an extraordinary event, just like it was last time.
Are we allowed to talk about our movie screening yet, or what?
I don't know. I assume the answer is yes. We're going with it anyway.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's tell everybody.
We're going to do a listener-only screening of Matt Walsh's film "Am I a Racist?"
I'm so excited.
Over in Sandy Springs. Going to be so much
fun.
Tap House. Yeah, going to be a free screening for listeners, and we'll get all the details to you on how you can be a part of that. You'll need to download a ticket when everything, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, which means I'm not involved with it.
Right.
And Mike Key's probably triple checking to make sure all the details are correct.
I made this cool little social media promo for him, and he's like, "Oh, that's awesome! I can't wait to put it out." I was like, "Well, we can do it."
Yeah, I think he's got to get those. I think he's got to get how
one little confirmation.
How all the detail, how everything's coming together, how we're going to get people their tickets, and how many we can fill in with, and how many listeners want to come, where you get your tickets. Just all those details have to be there before, because then it'll be chaos. Otherwise.
I was told they're just waiting for a link on the website. Once they get all that put together and ready to go, that will be ready. But it's coming up real quick. A free screening of Am I Racist?, Matt Walsh's new film, and I hope that everybody will be able to get out. Absolutely free. No popcorn for free.
No, you
have to buy me popcorn and stuff like that.
Well, that's not true.
What?
No, they don't. Nobody.
By the way,
that's
best movie theater in town. Not a sponsor for me.
No, I know, but didn't you work there?
I worked there.
Yeah,
that's the haunted one.
Yeah. Okay, yes, of course.
And they have beer, a great selection.
Yeah, they got a great bar. They do.
When I worked there, I would eat so much popcorn because you get popcorn for free.
What do you mean you get popcorn for when you work there?
When you work there.
Oh, okay, got it. Because I love popcorn. God, money. I will eat up my weight in popcorn. That's
I'm going to
gonna be a
sneak
good time.
ultra right beer in my pants. Can't afford movie theater beer.
That's right. I think they'll probably give us some sort of nice deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you're not paying for the movie, you can afford. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So if you're not paying for both, if you're not paying for the movie, you can't afford.
Can use that $13 for a beer.
Yeah, there you go.
You can support a local business.
Thank you. I love that.
I do love that theater, though, man.
Yeah, it is great. The United Nations, they do not love Donald Trump. They are terrified that he is going to win because he is not going to put up with their BS. He is not going to pay everybody's tab and put the bill at your feet, at my feet, at Rhino and Los's feet, at Board Op Goey Virgin River's feet. He's not going to do that. So they are terrified, Rhino, that in 40 days, Donald Trump is back.
Yeah, I think they're terrified about a lot of things. Number one, they're terrified that he will stop all these wars, and then what would the UN have to do? They depend on warmongering. They support wars because it's the only way that they can continue to get this funding from the American people, because these countries don't put in money into their own funding of what they want or their own countries. They depend on the U.S. to be the ones, and Americans, because it's not Kamala Harris, it's not Joe Biden, it's not Donald Trump who are paying the bills. It's us. And Donald Trump realizes that we need to be able to take care of ourselves and everybody that lives in this country first. And that's a huge threat to the UN. They need wars. They need funding. They need America to pay all the bills and take care of all their problems for them. We're the big brother of everybody. And that's a huge fear to them. The other thing they're afraid of is corruption will be exposed all around the world. And that's a big fear. That's why they don't like Donald Trump, because he's an outsider. He doesn't play the political game. He understands what the money laundering for the fake Green Deal is. He understands it all. And the UN is involved in all of it.
Yes, they are. And NATO's no different. I know we're not talking about NATO, but I want to group them in there too, because NATO are cutting their military expenses and their military budgets as we speak. Germany splitting theirs in half, not paying attention to what's happening in Ukraine, which they're supposed to be a big part of. They're supposed to pay their fair share. As you hear Kamala talk about it all the time, paying their fair share, but yet they don't hold those European countries to that same standard. They don't have to pay their fair share. Like I said, Germany slicing their budget. It's already not meeting the level that they're supposed to for NATO, and now they're slicing it in half because they want to focus on welfare. Why? Because they know the United States will pick up the tab, and you got people like Joe Biden that are more than willing to do it.
There's one thing I know: if you get the milk for free, you don't need a cow, right? I mean, that's kind of the idea behind a lot of things. This is something that, the UN has done for so long. Why should they ever support their own countries or support themselves when they're getting it from free from taxpayers here in America? And I think Donald Trump realizes that. We're saying, hey, you know what? All you need to do is just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share into it, and then we got no problem with NATO. We got no problem with UN. Maybe that's what we need. We need you to pay your fair share, but they don't expect anybody else to pay their fair share. See, fair share is such a lie from the Democrats. They don't pay their fair share. They don't ever pay their fair share. In fact, they make money from us for free. So this is just nobody knows what a fair share is. I mean, Carlos brings that up all the time, and he's absolutely 100% right. Ask somebody what a fair share is. You can't tell me what a fair share is to you compared to me.
No, absolutely not. And what do you deserve? You know what I'm saying? If you have two cars, is that too much? Depending on who you are, if you're a Democrat, they're going to say, "Yep, you don't need to. You don't deserve to." What if you have two homes?
Yeah.
What if you are able to afford that? Kamala Harris would say, you're not paying your fair share. I would say that is the American dream playing out. And with Kamala Harris in office, as she is now, and would be if she's elected, then you're not going to be able to afford one house, much less two.
Right. But think about that anybody could come up with, everybody's better off than somebody else. I mean, that's just the way it is. Right. Everybody thinks their life's the worst, and then you see somebody and you're like, I do it all the time. I look across the glass and I'm like, oh, there's Joe. God, man, I could be that bad.
Well, I mean,
I could be living in my parents' basement. No, I don't mean any offense to him. I'm just saying, it could be.
No, you're not wrong.
It made me come off as a little bit offensive.
I tried.
Trust me, I was not offensive.
Poor Joe, he was inside. He's hurting.
He's hurting a little bit. But the reality is,
that's just day to day. But
Joe's doing the same thing we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, he's on the other side of the glass.
Every day, working
he comes work, and every single day he works just as hard as we do. And the thing is that he's still living in his parents' basement because that's the way, just unfortunately for him right now, the economy, everything has gone against him. So you can always find somebody who's worse off than you. And when you get to that point, I know everybody else thinks, oh, well, we'll just go after billionaires because they have 2 houses and they shouldn't have 2 houses. Okay, then let's go after them. I challenge Kamala Harris. I challenge Doug, her husband. I challenge Barack Obama. I challenge Michelle Obama to give up some of their homes. Give them up.
They're never going to do that. Well,
that's their fair share. Give up your fair share.
They've worked so hard for them, Rhino.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
They're working so hard, and they would never take more than they need.
Okay, well,
this
they're special
is what they need.
Okay, they're special. You're right. Let's go to the American people who are the ones who are supposed to pay their fair share then. Because I walk around and I see people, and they don't live in the best places in the world, but they got a really cool new iPhone 16. I don't. I couldn't afford the new one. So give me your phone because maybe you have 2 of them. Give me your car because you have too much of them. Or you shouldn't have a car with those cool rims. You know why? Because somebody else doesn't have them. Give me your rims and let me give them to someone else. This is a ridiculous idea of fair share. Democrats will just go after one group they don't like because it's usually based on political lines, but they never go after their own. Mayor Adams got tons of good money.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. They're going after him. Even AOC is like, step down now.
But that's the reason, because he stood up and said what they're doing to New York is unsustainable.
Whoops.
Now, problem is, he invited it.
He sure did.
He's just as guilty as anybody, but at least give him credit. He goes, wait a minute. We're wrong. This ain't working. And he called out the Biden-Harris administration and said they're responsible for it. And now, all of a sudden, he's caught a charge.
That's weird. Well, they indicted him after he gained some ground after going after them. That sounds very familiar of New York, doesn't it? New York is so corrupt that their governor had to step down because of corruption. Their mayor is now being asked to step down because of his corruption. And he won that race because the mayor before him was corrupt. It is mind-boggling. And then Kathy Hochul, oh my, wait till we find out the information on her. New York is a Democrat destruction mess because of Democrats. No, and that's why Donald Trump got 36,000, maybe 60,000 people to come out to Long Island and want to be a part of his rally. That state has a really good opportunity as far as they're falling to not turn red, but to be a slight
maybe even purple. We'll take it. We'll take it.
I think so, and I hope AOC loses her seat too. I mean, the mayor is a guy who needs to be removed. I mean, the guy is a lunatic.
He's low down for sure. And
the guy said, "Hey, you guys that came here, you guys are obviously good swimmers because you made it past the Rio Grande. Why don't you be lifeguards for our community pools?" Well, enough with the racist. Your governor said black people don't know what computers are. Come on, man! You guys got to start voting out these Democrats. They hate black people.
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we come back, the House GOP have opened a probe into a Kamala campaign visit to Pennsylvania. We discussed this yesterday. You may remember why that is necessary. If not, we'll remind you next on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Listen until 10.
Ruh-roh.
Atlanta radio legends, proud military vets, national network experts are all on Extra 106.3.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months.
With live and local shows in the morning and afternoon, and the biggest conservative hosts in the country throughout the day. We are always here with the latest news and opinions you need.
There's no chance if the media and the Department of Justice and social media are all against you.
No traffic interruptions, no former shock jocks, just Atlanta legends you've turned to for a generation. The conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Electrify your senses with user-friendly technology and earth-friendlier power. Meet the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan. Satisfying for both drivers and passengers with innovations that only Mercedes-Benz can deliver. Experience the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan today. Lease one today for just $569 per month for 36 months with $67.13 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through September 30th, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. In this fall, we invite you to transform your home. Our expert team brings color to life with top quality paints and flawless finishes, and leading the industry with our color consultants. Whether it's a fresh coat of paint for one room or an entire exterior makeover, the Atlanta Painting Company has you covered. So, trust the local pros for reliable, professional service when you need to revive your home or business. Find us at atlantapaintingcompany.com or call us at 1-800-PAINTING. That's atlantapaintingcompany.com. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. You've heard me talk about fake safes, and while that's a really bad way to secure your valuables, you want to hear something that's even worse? Kamala Harris is president. Wow, let that sink in. That'll make you want to throw up. Well, there is good news. The Safe House has the largest selection of safes in the Southeast and some of the best pricing and rebates on safes this entire year. Secure your valuables in a quality safe from the Safe House. Drop by our showroom today or go to atlantasafehouse.com. That's atlantasafehouse.com.
Oh man, look at my backyard. Looks like a tornado met a hurricane in a desert. I'm going to tell her to turf off. Or maybe you'd rather turf on with ATL Turf Co., the Southeast's leading turf installer. Whether you'd like a new football field, putting green, or have us create the perfect maintenance-free backyard of your dreams, find ATLTurfCo.com. Make your yard great again. Visit ATLTurfCo.com and see what we've created for customers like you in the Southeast. ATLTurfCo.com. And no more yard cackling.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Democracy 24.
Former President Trump called for an end to taxing overtime pay, saying that workers like truck drivers and construction workers deserve a financial break.
The people who work overtime are among the hardest working citizens in our country. And for too long, no one in Washington has been looking out for them.
Before this no tax on overtime pay policy, President Trump has also promised no tax on tips or Social Security benefits. He has also said he'll extend his own tax cuts from his previous administration. While Harris has also said she would not tax tips, she's not reciprocated on any of Trump's other proposals. In fact, in a statement, the Harris campaign criticized the overtime plan, saying in part, quote, Donald Trump's record and agenda are clear. As president, he stole millions of dollars of wages from the workers he purports to represent. Trump tried to rip away overtime pay for nearly 10 million workers and devastated families. I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Extra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to conservative discussion throughout the day. Now, remember, this afternoon, 3 until 6, typically you would hear the incredible voice of the Kimmer. Kimmer is under the weather today. And weather's a big topic, so it makes sense. But he is not feeling well today, and he is out. Guy Benson's show will be in his place this afternoon, but this afternoon only. And tomorrow, Kimmer will be back 3 until 6. Just wanted to give you a heads up about that. So,
rest in peace, Kimmer.
What? No, he's not dead.
Oh, he's not?
No. He's just not feeling well. Not feeling well.
Whew.
Yeah.
I get nervous every once in a while.
I know. Well, rightfully so. I understand why.
Can he talk?
Or
does he sound like Drunk Kimmer right now?
I don't know, but it could sound like that. I don't know, but I know he's had some tooth surgery. He's been to the dentist. We've documented this a little bit. We saw the videos that he posted, and he's
of the girls.
I
saw those.
The very lovely ladies.
Maybe he ran away with them.
I don't think so. I think he's just his tooth. He's in more pain. The email I got said he's in more pain than he anticipated. He's not going to be able to do it, and.
I've warned him.
Yeah, and Pete is in the mountains of Macon, so they're just going to turn it over to Guy. Let Guy
that makes sense.
Today.
With the storms and everything coming in from the mountains of Macon, that's a really dangerous thing for Pete to be doing, so I understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
They should have just let Flounder do the show.
You would think that they would do that, but they didn't. They decided
Flounder
to
just cursed too much.
Go a different direction. Look, with the things that are happening around the country and around the world, it's you're hard pressed not to cuss, and I as a faithful man, want to decrease the amount of obscene language I use, and I fail at that most times.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do my best to do better, but I've failed up until this point. So
this was a teeth cleaning that went awry for him. I told you. I said, look,
I think it was a little more. I think it was a little more than just.
You guys were all laughing when I said, "Hey, I want to have a prayer for Kimmer because even a teeth cleaning at his age could mean a long-term, problem." And here we are.
Yeah, I
keep praying for Kimmer, please.
He said he's going to be back tomorrow. So I'm going to take him.
We'll see.
The House GOP has an issue with Vladimir Zelensky going on a campaign stop with Kamala Harris, and I'm torn about this, Rhino. With the House GOP opening a probe into this abuse of power, as it's called. The reason I have a problem with it is because, yes, I know exactly what they were doing. Mm-hmm. I know they were trying to influence the election. I know that they were trying to have a camera-like moment, a good moment, if you will, for Kamala Harris. And that was a failure because the overwhelming majority of Americans are done sending money to Ukraine. So I don't know that they got what they wanted out of it. But I know why they were doing it. Yet, at the very same time, I know nothing is going to come of this whatsoever.
Not a thing. Not a thing. We've seen it. And everybody will just sit back and say, I'm not coming to testify. I'm not going to talk about this.
It's worked for the Secret Service. None of those people are testifying.
No, because they don't have to, because they play by different rules. Now, God forbid you are somebody who works with Donald Trump and you don't show up like a Steve Bannon. They're going to throw you in jail for contempt no matter what. And we could go through all the names of Trump associates that because they didn't want to go in and talk about this ridiculous idea that the Democrats made up in their head, that they all of a sudden now have to go to jail for contempt. And that won't happen on the other side. Zelensky had no business coming into this country the first time begging for money. Zelensky had no business being on a U.S. Air Force C-17 and being flown into a battleground state. He had no business being there with Josh Shapiro, as the Democrats continue to tell you, we are not going to allow wars to end because we're the warmongers. Only under us are we sitting back and watching as we may be involved in a World War III. And then Zelensky gets in front of the UN and says, yeah, there's a good chance that some of the nuclear bombs are going to go off out here.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad. This is all because of Kamala Harris. This is all because of Joe Biden, who used to be president. He's not anymore.
No,
nobody is.
No.
I don't even know if he was president the first time.
We're rudderless right now.
We are. This is disgusting. But yeah, you're right. Nothing's coming from this, Tug.
And here's the exact reason. You want to know the exact reason, the whole reason nothing's going to come of this? When House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer wrote the letter to the White House, the Pentagon, and the Justice Department asking for documents, think about the places that his letter went. The White House. You think the White House is going to do anything about it? The Pentagon. You think the Pentagon's going to do something about it?
White House put it next to the cocaine.
Probably. They probably sat it down. They have no idea where that letter went.
Don't worry about that later.
And the Justice Department, you're talking about the weaponized Justice Department that only goes after the White House's political enemy. Guess who's not a political enemy of the White House? Vladimir Zelensky, Josh Shapiro, Kamala Harris. So where is this going to go exactly, Chairman Comer? I have no ill will toward James Comer whatsoever. I understand the need to do this, but I know with the three people he sent the letters to, They're going to what?
They're going to Nathan Wade that thing.
That's right. Where's Nathan Wade?
Disappear.
Where'd the letter go?
Bye-bye, lover boy.
Dude, that's an odd story, too. Now that you brought it up.
Yeah.
He's being subpoenaed to go testify.
And Fonnie.
Fonnie says she ain't going to do it.
Of course she won't. She should go to jail.
Because that's what she said.
She's above the law.
No, of course she is.
She's above the law.
Apparently Nathan Wade is, too, because they can't find him to give him the subpoena. They can't find him. I think it's obvious you would check wherever Fonnie is, that's where he is.
I was going to say, check her house.
Yeah, wherever she is, that's where he is.
Under the bed.
You remember when her daughter got pulled over for driving on a suspended license, who showed up with Fonnie?
Nathan. That was the last time they saw him.
Yeah, apparently so. So if you want to know where he is, and I don't mean to get a sidetrack, but if you want to know where he is, find Fonnie and you'll find her.
They're not going to get any subpoenas, and Democrats will not. They're all above the law. They all think they are the law, and nobody else matters. So they will hold everybody else in contempt. They'll try to jail everybody else for the things that they continue to do. And that's all this is going to be. I'm all done with these wastes of government. Look, Republicans, you're just as bad as Democrats.
Just as guilty. Yes,
I'm sick and tired of you guys with your ridiculous ideas. Even with Trump, I'm like the SAVE Act. Stop. What we need to do is cut spending. Cut spending. Go through the 12 appropriation bills. That's the deal you make. You want to work on the SAVE Act. I get it. I don't want non-citizens voting. It's already been passed. Marsha Blackburn's got it. Call her. She's got it in the Senate. Chuck Schumer's got it. Tell them to vote on that, or else we don't fund the government. You guys are playing games. Of course they don't.
They don't have the courage, dude.
Because they have money. They have money in their pockets. They want to keep their jobs. Their seats are up. 29 Democrats are so worried about what's going on that they are playing games and voting with Republicans and voting for things they would never vote for only because they want to keep seats. Republicans doing the same exact thing. They don't care about your money. They don't care about wasting your money. They care about making sure that they're going to get paid all the money and get their incentives for the rest of their lives for serving when they never even served you.
Just like Marjorie Taylor Greene said, shut it down. I have no fear of it. I'm not concerned whatsoever. Now, and as she brought up when she was on, she said, everybody knows that there is a layer, even during a shutdown, Social Security checks still go out. The military still gets paid. Now, they try to paint it as that's not going to happen.
The VA is not going to get funded.
Bull crap.
The VA don't do anything anyway.
Yeah, well, that's the first thing. Anybody that's dealt with the VA knows that the VA does not. And anybody on the Democrat side, when you look at what's happened at the VA or what happens on a daily basis at the VA, this is supposed to be for veterans who have served and sacrificed, and socialized medicine is a complete failure on the small scale of the VA. Can you imagine when the Democrats are able to change? I mean, they've already done a good job stepping it in the right direction with the Affordable Care Act, quote unquote, Affordable Care Act. Imagine what's going to happen when that is the law of the land for every American. Imagine the terrible service that you'll get, just like they get at the VAs. Do you feel like your health care has improved since the Affordable Care Act has been implemented? Because I would contend that it has gone tremendously south.
Yeah.
I was sad to know, in that if I have a criticism of Donald Trump, it was he did not have an answer during that debate. Even though it was 3v1, doesn't matter. In that moment, he didn't have an answer for what we're going to do instead of the ACA. He had no answer. That was the most disappointing thing that I've heard out of Donald Trump in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out what you can do. I mean, privatize it and keep it going and making sure that we stay on top of it and make sure that, and nobody's getting ripped off. There are ways to get around it, but you're right. Should have had an answer for the Affordable Care Act because it is a joke. Look, it's a waste of money again, and that's all they're going to do is continue to waste money. They're going to keep pushing it, and we're the ones that are going to pay the price.
Joe Biden was on The View with the cackling hens talking about Kamala Harris. What can she do for America? And what was his plan all along? I think you'll be surprised when you hear Joe's answers after a Neil Borch report and a Fox News update on Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Watched a little documentary last night, Netflix, Bill Gates. The question was, should there be billionaires? Should our government enact laws possible or illegal for somebody to be a billionaire? Now, my problem with programs like this is, why can't the interviewers have some basic knowledge so they can ask the right questions? And why do so many of the people who are being interviewed play loose with the facts without being challenged? Some examples. First of all, what happens if you stop people from making money once they become a billionaire? Oh boy, that's easy. They stop doing the things that made them rich. And what does that mean? Businesses close down, innovation stops, the manufacture of products, whatever it was they were building, that stops. Does that help society? After all, the rich keep getting richer because they keep doing the things that make them rich, and ditto for the poor. Okay, I have a minute to squeeze the rest of this in. Bernie Sanders is on the show. He said that Warren Buffett's tax rate is lower than his secretary's. What they didn't say on this program is that Buffett is paying capital gains taxes. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a job that gives him a W-2. He gets a 1099. His secretary gets the W-2. Different tax rates. Bernie didn't want to mention that. And then there's this. Well, maybe the rich should pay more taxes. After all, in the 50s and 60s, the tax rates were 50, 60, and 70%. Well, yeah, they were, but we had deductions too. Young people don't realize this. You could deduct all of the interest on your credit cards, deduct all of the interest on your mortgage, deduct all of the interest on your personal loans. That brought your effective tax rate down to the levels we see today. Programs like this are interesting, can be informative. A little honesty along the way wouldn't hurt. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
We all love to get out on the open road and see the country and feel the wind in our hair. But if you have the same car you've been driving for years, you might not feel so great after the car breaks down. Unless you have a plan with CarShield. CarShield is America's most trusted vehicle protection company, and for almost 20 years, they have helped Americans protect their out-of-warranty vehicles. A plan through CarShield can save and protect 5,000 parts and systems to help you save big dollars on your engine, your transmission, your entertainment system, the computers, all of it. Get exclusive access to CarShield's 24/7 roadside assistance that will help with flats and lockouts and rental car options. CarShield. Call them. Speak to one of their 1,300 U.S.-based representatives that can answer all of your questions and get you a free quote in minutes. Call now and save 20% by calling 800-227-6100, 800-227-6100, or visit carshield.com/Beck. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
The clock is ticking. Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is almost over. Until September 30th, you can get 5 years of 0% financing on any purchase. It's the perfect chance for worry-free shopping with no interest and monthly payments customized for you. And now open Sunday, September 29th. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity. From luxury timepieces to engagement rings and more. Don't wait. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only until September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision.
New York City's mayor indicted in a federal corruption probe. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News, and this morning federal agents have raided Gracie Mansion, Mayor Eric Adams' home, a day after a federal grand jury handed down a sealed indictment.
An investigation into the mayor has focused on whether he conspired with the Turkish government to receive illegal campaign donations. He says he's done nothing wrong.
I will fight these injustices with every ounce of my strength and my spirit. If I'm charged, I know I am innocent.
More details about the criminal charges are expected soon.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Adams is the first New York City mayor ever to face federal charges. He says he will not resign. Hurricane Helene has reached Category 2 strength in the Gulf of Mexico, expected to strike the state's Big Bend region early this evening, possibly as a Category 4 storm. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis telling Fox and Friends they're as ready as they can be.
And we've got over 30,000 linemen ready to go get the power back on. We've got all
all our assets for search and rescue if that's needed. So these are things we deal with. People just need to make decisions, keep themselves safe.
Forecasters warned the storm surge could be as deep as 20 feet. The Commerce Department reporting minutes ago the U.S. economy grew at a 3% annual rate in the second quarter. It's the final GDP estimate before the election. The Labor Department says new claims for unemployment benefits have fallen to their lowest level in 4 months. There won't be a government shutdown when the new fiscal year begins next week, as both the House and Senate approved a stopgap spending bill yesterday to fund the government through mid-December. Explosions have rocked Beirut this morning. The Israeli military says it's carried out targeted strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon after earlier attacking weapons supply routes along the Syrian border. U.S. and France trying to mediate a 21-day ceasefire, though neither Israel nor Hezbollah have responded so far. America is listening to Fox News.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
You're right, and so are we. Welcome to Xtra 1063.
Tracking Helene. This morning on the Morning Xtra and Xtra 1063, Atlanta sits in a tropical storm warning. I know it sounds crazy. As a matter of fact, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, as we speak, is giving an update on his state. But yeah, man, there's danger in the fact that there could be, so much rain that we just are in bad shape, specifically with wind and trees. That is the biggest concern that I have about Helene coming through town. That's where all my concern sits. The rest of it, I'm not as worried about. I don't know about you.
No, I mean, I'm not either. But right now, you're looking at winds up to 100 miles per hour. It's a Category 2, and it's gaining strength. That's the scary part about what's happening now. And you're looking at Tampa, Tallahassee, Miami, those areas starting to get some of those winds.
Those
and some
outer
of those,
bands.
Yeah, those outer bands have already reached out to us. So that how powerful this thing could be. So, we will hope and we will pray that maybe it just... obviously we want it to come apart, but hopefully no one gets hurt. Maybe it'll go across the coast and never even get up to Georgia. We'll just get some of these rain bands and wind, but...
That's happened before.
It has happened
when
before.
they tell us, hey, in freak-out mode and everybody's panicked, and then it doesn't happen. Not saying that's what's going to happen here, but we can certainly hope for that again.
Yeah, and we're hoping that, relief and we take care of everybody who is affected by this storm, and watch out for your neighbors. Make sure that you have everything you need. Make sure you got water. Make sure while you have power, you're charging up anything you can, whether you need light, whatever you need to do. Go to True Prep right now. Pick up everything that you need for your family in case you need it. That's the important part of prepping. I know we talk about all the time prepping for, doomsday. Well, it's not about doomsday. It's about events like this, because right now we're not prepped. And even our federal government hasn't done the good job prepping. We're at the lowest amount of barrels of oil in order to make sure that we can take care of gasoline, lowering prices, keeping it during these kind of situations. And again, I hate how it gets glossed over that President Biden wanted to make sure that he was going to be elected and made sure he released over another 1 million barrels. And we're now at the lowest amount we've ever had in history saved up for emergencies for people who actually need it rather than for political gain. And now Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are responsible for taking from Americans again and could cause lots of damage to American families because they wanted to get votes by lowering gas prices, by releasing our strategic petroleum reserve. And they should be charged on that. They really should. It's disgusting.
Guilty as sin, no doubt about it. From Georgia Power, I'm a Georgia Power customer. I know a lot of people listening probably are too. They are following storm updates, getting those now. They've got thousands of resources headed this way and have for days in preparation. They feel prepared to respond, and they're ready for it, and they want folks to understand how serious this storm is and the potential for unprecedented damage that it could do across Atlanta and across the state. They want people to be prepared and ready, and that is what they've been working on for days and days and days to make sure if there is any issue with power that they can restore it as soon as possible. That is according to the folks at Georgia Power that have reached out this morning. So we appreciate them and all the work those linemen are going to do. My cousin's a lineman and works like crazy. Going across the states, going across the Southeast, repairing issues when they come up, and there's major issues all the time, all around, and this will certainly escalate that, no doubt. So appreciate our folks that work on the lines and with the power companies and that get out there and work their tail off to restore our power, our energy to our homes when something goes down, and I don't think we can thank them enough.
No, and in Atlanta Airport doing a good job just kind of keeping people informed. Right now, Camp Creek Parkway, try to find an alternate route there. The bridge is closed. The construction is working there, plus the rain has helped. Also, severe weather plan. Anybody who's traveling either in or out of Atlanta right now, you want to make sure that you pay attention to that. Monitor any of their social channels. That's where they're giving updates for the Atlanta airport. It's impacting flights throughout the entire Southeast.
Well, and you've had that experience already with girlfriend Erin. She's already had her flight delayed, right?
No. Luckily, her flight has not been delayed, but there have been 90 flights that have already been canceled or delayed.
I'm sorry. I thought
hers is still on time as far as I know. Yeah,
good news.
Looking at it now. So
good news.
Again, hopefully that hopefully we will get through this without too much damage. But you have to be prepared just in case, because it is not looking good.
100%. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Your Atlanta exterior solution since 1999. They do such good work at Southern Exteriors, and with the updates that we're getting now with the rain that is headed our way, holy cow, please, if your house is not ready, if it's not prepared for what is happening right now across Atlanta, make sure you call them right away, because they can help you get your house, your roof. If you've seen leaks in your roof, now's not the time to wait, and they're getting out to people immediately. So if you have issues with your roof, reach out to Southern Exteriors today before this weather gets to you. They are available. Again, they are available immediately. 877-9-SOUTHERN. SouthernExteriors.co. SouthernExteriors.co. Make sure that you reach out to those guys, because they can do good work in a quick amount of time, and they have enough people, enough staff to make it work out for you even now. So 877-9-SOUTHERN, SouthernExteriors.co, and they bring you the 9 o'clock hour. Joe Biden was on The View, and the cackling hens, boy, they just
facing tough questions.
Oh, man, just like the ones that Stephanie Rule gave to Kamala Harris about working at McDonald's and things. We joke about the questions that Donald Trump gets. Now, people think you're a threat to democracy. People call you Hitler. Are you Hitler? They ask him questions like that. And they paint him in a position that anything he says is going to be taken incorrectly for sure. And then they offer up Kamala Harris.
Democrats are like the Muppet Show.
They are very much so.
It's like the Muppet Show. Like, I can't believe people sit here and then go out and be like, how great was she with Stephanie Rule? I'm like, what did you watch?
Well, they probably didn't, first of all.
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese.
The fact that she can go through it means she's rehearsed that. They told her that one was coming so she could rehearse it and get it all right. But Joe Biden on The View, he wanted to assure you that he knows that Kamala Harris can do anything that he can do.
And as vice president, there wasn't a single thing that I did that she couldn't do. And so I was able to delegate her responsibility on everything from foreign policy to domestic policy.
Domestic policy like the border, would that be one of the policies that you feel like that she's done a good job with?
Yeah.
That would have been my follow-up if I were on The View. Of course, that was not the follow-up.
No, they were, yeah. That's all I heard out of The View. Let me tell you, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, because he didn't do anything. It was the powers that be that cost us all this. He's a puppet. That's why I said it's like the Muppet Show. Yeah, any Muppet can perform when they got someone's hand up their butt and they're making their mouths move. So yeah, she can do the job because he was just that. A figurehead, a puppet, and she's another puppet that can take orders from whoever the Marxist, communist, socialist idea behind all this is, whether it's Barack Obama or whoever you want. We already know you're not doing a thing. We have World War III raging, and you're on The View. We have things happening all over the world. We have people in Florida who are worried for their lives, and you're on The View. Anytime something that's happening majorly in this country, you're either at the beach or doing a silly little press conference somewhere, bashing someone for not doing a job when you're not doing anything. We don't have a president, so of course she can do that job.
We are adrift right now as a country, as a nation, and that just means we have no one at the helm. We have no one guiding the nation. We have no one steering the nation except for the cabinet, the president's cabinet, and Jill Biden. I guess Jill now that she sits at the top of the seat, top of the head of the table, taking control. Dr. Jill, that's right. I meant to get that correct. But I want to go back to this conversation on The View and the fact that he said he only planned to do one term anyway. He doesn't feel like he was forced out.
Mr. President, it was only 2 months ago that you decided to step aside from seeking re-election, putting your country first above any personal ambition, and passing the torch to the vice. And you passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. What have these past 2 months felt like, and are you at peace with your decision?
I am at peace with my decision. Look, when I ran for this last term, I said that I saw myself as a transition president.
Yeah.
Transitioning to a new generation of leadership. Whoa. Now, I know I only look 40, but I'm 180 years old. I've been around forever. And but what happened was we were having so much success in getting things done that people thought we couldn't get done. Right. I found myself having used more time than I would have ordinarily to, pass that torch. But working with Kamala, she is bright, she is tough, she's honorable. And the thing I like about her, and one thing we share in common, is that we have an optimistic view of the future here. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing we can't do. I mean, there really isn't. Anyway, but that's what happened. And so finally, I decided that it was better, and I said what I meant what I said. It was the greatest honor in the world, sitting behind the Resolute desk as President of the United States. But I loved it. But it sounds corny, but I love my country more.
That's just not the reason you stepped down. You know the reason is they were going to hit you with the 25th Amendment. They were going to take you out of office. Nancy Pelosi has confirmed that we had to do it, and we did what we had to do. Joe Biden knows he is handcuffed. He cannot tell you the truth because they will come after him and come after his family. They will expose everything that you know about the Hunter Biden laptop. They will then proceed to prosecute he and his family. They've threatened him with this. That is the way I feel about this. There is not a second that he wanted to step down. He didn't want to step down to this minute. Right now, he wants to be running. He even brought it up in the interview, Rhino. He said, I would have beaten Donald Trump had I been allowed to run.
Yeah, he believed he was going to beat him. And we know that's not true either. We know the polls showed that he was going to get destroyed, and they didn't want that. The reality of it is this. The question is hilarious. You selflessly... I mean, that's not a question. You're not, and obviously the View are not journalists, so we already know that. So that's fine. Give them what they want to do. This is their job to sit and promote these puppets because that's exactly what he is, like I said before. The lies that he told throughout that entire thing. Number one, he's a coward. That's why he stepped out of this race. He didn't want to lose. He knew he was going to get beat. He knew he was going to get destroyed. He's a loser, and he didn't want to be a loser because the reality was he fell apart in 90 minutes. Donald Trump destroyed him to the point where he was so embarrassed, and so was everybody else, that he decided to step down because remember, only if God came from the heavens above would he not run again. Well, I guess God came through Donald Trump's mouth and just shut you down within 90 minutes because that's when you decided you're a coward. That's what that is. Transition.
The only thing I would hold off on is because I still think he wants to be in the race now.
I think he does.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, he wants Kamala to lose.
Yeah. Well, you're right. I do believe that too. But I believe if given the opportunity, if they didn't threaten him with the 25th, he would still be trying to run right this minute. Okay,
and he would lose.
Yes,
and he would
absolutely.
Lose.
Yes, 100%.
But in the same, I don't know. I think that was like you know what? Okay, cool, because it kind of relieved him of the fact that he was going to get beat.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
You think
he was going to get beat? Yes.
Yeah, he knew he was going to lose.
I don't think
You think he thought he was going to win this race?
I mean,
mentally, he's not there, so maybe. I could agree with you on that.
They've told him everything to think. They told him how great he... Dude, they protected him for a year and a half when we all... What am I talking about? 3 years. We've known he's had dementia for 3 years. So he doesn't have the cognitive ability to say, I'm about to lose this race. He would still be in this race right now if they had not threatened him with the 25th.
You're probably right, because they're probably in his ear like, no, you won that debate, Joe. You did a great job.
It wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
The poll numbers show that they love you and blah, blah, blah. So there's a good possibility of that. The other thing I found interesting was pass the torch. See, your job's not to pass the torch, because that just shows the corruption of the Democrat and the threat to democracy of the Democrats, right? I pass the torch to Kamala Harris. No, Kamala Harris needs to be voted into that. She needs to win a primary. It needs to be the American people choose her to run. That's the way this world works. That's the way democracy works. Now, the Democrats don't believe in democracy. They destroy democracy every single day, and that's the threat to democracy. And the fact that, she'll be able to transition well again. Of course she will. She has nothing to do but follow the law. Yeah, follow the rules of the men who are in charge.
That's right.
Because that's all she is a puppet to some men out there, like George Soros and Alex Soros.
There is nothing going to change between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They were interchangeable. That's why they were able to do it so quickly and easily. Mm-hmm. They know that she does not have the ability.
She's corrupt.
She's as corrupt as they come. She also doesn't have the ability to be president, even like on her own. If there wasn't the cabal running everything that is running D.C. right now, that is running this White House, this Pentagon, this DOJ, the entire federal government, if none of that was in place to make her the figurehead that Joe Biden is now, up until he was removed from running again, and if she's elected, will continue in that place. She doesn't have the ability to be the president. Full stop. Period.
She didn't have the ability to be an attorney general.
She never tried a
case. She never tried anything. She had her entire staff try all her cases, because that's all she's ever been, is a figurehead and somebody that they could manipulate to do all of their evil bidding. That's all she is. She is a puppet in every sense of the word. The woman can't get through a sentence without just wrapping around some kind of socialist idea and then throwing it out there and hoping it sticks. She walked way away from the endorsement of the IRS. Why? Why? You've weaponized the IRS against the American people. Why are you walking away from the endorsement now?
Can you imagine touting that, though, to begin with? Like, I would have buried that. If there was anything politically I would have done if I'm Kamala Harris, I would have buried that as soon. I would be like, do not announce that.
Yeah.
Do not announce that.
Why are we getting an endorsement?
Why would you want that? But
isn't the IRS supposed to be a partisan group or a nonpartisan group?
Of course, that's right.
Sorry, I said partisan because I'm so used to all of them, the three-letter agencies, all being partisan towards them.
I guess the union, maybe they can have a partisan slant. I don't know. I mean, it's just me guessing. But the actual agency should not. But if the union has a partisan slant, then the agency's going to have a partisan slant.
Of course, they all do. They all do.
They all do. You're exactly right.
Oh, it's so disgusting.
Morning Extra 106.3 on the air until 10. Quick reminder, Kimmer out sick today. This afternoon, Guy Benson from Fox News Radio will be filling in from 3 until 6. Kimmer is back tomorrow. We'll hit the headlines when we come back on Extra 106.3 and the House and that continuing resolution. We'll discuss that next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you Unedited news, information, and updates. With an all-star lineup of local and network voices, Xtra is committed to being the station you need during the biggest election of our lifetime.
This presidential election is unlike any other.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Xtra 106.3 FM, and listen across Georgia on the Xtra app.
Good morning, it's Lowe's. Let's talk about Kawasaki. And where do you pick up your Kawasaki equipment? Well, the same place I tell you when it comes to getting quality equipment. That's Howard Brothers, okay? Your local company that's been doing great work for not just the pros, but for homeowners as well. Whether you're tuning up to try and get your outdoor gear all set up, maybe you're having to change some filters, maybe it's end of season, you're starting to get all of your stuff done. Well, Kawasaki parts deliver the performance and reliability that you need to stay ahead of the game. Keep your machines running well with top Kawasaki parts, because the game isn't just about performance. That's always going to be a factor, but maintenance as well. Maintenance makes the difference in quality, and when it's time to start doing the work, if you're maintaining your equipment, then it's going to take care of you when it's time. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Kawasaki and with Howard Brothers.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Xtra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the Podcast Park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Doug Moore is a health insurance broker at yourchoicehealthplan.net. He believes your health insurance premiums should not look like a mortgage payment. You don't have to overpay for health insurance. He sells private insurance with no deductibles and no rate increases. These plans are typically 30 to 60% less than what you're paying and don't need to change doctors. He customizes all plans to meet your budget. Don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. He can save you big money. Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. That's 770-697-0100. Don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. If your payment is too high, you're on COBRA, or your work coverage is too expensive, call Doug, 770-697-0100. You don't have to have government marketplace insurance that's crazy expensive. Don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and request a quote. Call 770-697-0100 and let Doug design a plan for you, not by big government.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, September 26th. AccuWeather forecasters predict Hurricane Helene could reach Category 4 strength before making landfall this evening in Florida's Panhandle. Right now, it has reached Category 2. Maximum sustained winds could range anywhere between 130 and 156 miles per hour. Tropical storm conditions are expected to reach the metro Atlanta area tonight around 11 p.m. and continue throughout the overnight hours, bringing heavy rain and high winds with gusts capable of reaching 60 miles per hour. Reality TV star Julie Chrisley, who has served 21 months of her 7-year sentence for tax evasion and fraud, will continue to serve out her full sentence, according to a federal judge. Chrisley, along with her husband Todd, was convicted of lying to banks throughout the metro Atlanta area to obtain $36 million in loans and then hiding the income from the Internal Revenue Service to avoid paying federal taxes on more than $500,000. Julie Chrisley will serve her remaining 84 months. And in sports, Hurricane Helene has caused cancellations of high school football games all around the metro Atlanta area for Friday night. The Atlanta Braves, who are taking on the New York Mets in a pivotal matchup, have also had their games postponed. Last night and tonight's Braves versus Mets games have been rescheduled for a Monday doubleheader. The doubleheader will begin Monday at 1 p.m. Tickets for the last night's game will not be valid for Monday's doubleheader, but tonight's tickets, if you have them, will be honored.
Tough to hear this, but I knew it was going to happen. It's no surprise. Republicans in D.C. have little to no backbone. There's only a handful that I even trust whatsoever in D.C. Congress overwhelmingly passed a funding bill to avert government shutdown. Republicans removed the demand that Donald Trump had that would require Americans to show proof of citizenship to register to vote. When I hear that out loud,
it sounds ridiculous.
It sounds completely ridiculous. That first of all, we would even need to say that out loud because it's so obvious that anybody who is going to be influencing the American election should be an American. Anybody that opens a cable account has to have ID. If you go over to any Xfinity, wherever you go, you have to have an ID. When you go in there, they check your ID. If I went in there to change out, because I've Xfinity for internet, if I go in there to change out the modem, the router that's in the house, guess what? The first thing they ask me for.
Do you have your ID?
That's exactly right. If you
buy cigarettes, beer, anything, now they actually scan your ID. By the way, don't let them scan your IDs if you're buying stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Gas stations? It's crazy.
Cow. Yeah, I was telling where your information. Yeah, that doesn't make me feel
They almost didn't sell me some beer the other day because they said I won't let them scan the back of my driver's license. So I was like, cool, I'll go buy beer somewhere else.
That's exactly right, man, because I'm not,
They changed their tune real quick. They don't want my money.
Not knowing where your information is going is scary these days, especially with everything being hacked and left and right. But the point being is that they still passed the continuing resolution without that requirement. Shame on the Republicans. Shame. And I know there's plenty of Republicans that defected away from that and didn't support it. But there were and there was a lot of Democrats that jumped on board that did help it pass. But this is why I don't trust my election's going to be secure.
Nope.
That my vote is going to matter. I know I still have to go out and do it. Does not matter. I still have to go out and participate, even though I have big question marks around voting in the United States and around voting here in the state of Georgia. Yet, the Speaker, Mike Johnson, he still passed this all the way until December 20th.
Yeah.
It'll be a nice Christmas surprise.
Well, it's hey, we can continue to print money.
Yeah.
Just continue to print money.
And send it to Ukraine.
Yep. No worries. No holds barred. We'll use the Pentagon. We'll use others. Because remember the funding, the appropriation bill, that's all about military spending. The Pentagon is just throwing money out there with its trans surgeries, with its ideas about medical care for women and research into women's health issues. Why is the Pentagon going into the... It makes no sense whatsoever. Oh, wait. Yeah, it does. Because they want more money. So if they're able to spend and come up with these ridiculous ideas to spend money, then they'll be like, yeah, we blew through that budget. We need more money. That's what this is all about. Mike Johnson's a traitor. That's all this is. Mike Johnson is a complete traitor. Now, I understand, and I even said the same thing to Marjorie Taylor Greene when I asked her. Well, don't you think maybe he's just thinking, we got to pass this so there's no fighting back and forth. Democrats can't use it to say we're not funding the government and we're able to win seats. Okay, maybe that's the back plan of his. This is the wrong way to do it. I can understand that, but then you better come with some strong conservative ideas behind it.
And
like,
he has
hey,
none.
cut this, cut
And he
that,
has
cut
none.
that. He has zero.
And he brought nothing. He did nothing to benefit the American citizen. He did nothing to benefit you and I. And that's his job. That's what he's there for. If we might as well just put a Democrat in place. Why don't the Republicans just nominate a Democrat?
Just give it to Hakeem Jeffries.
It's exactly right, because the same things are going to happen. Nothing is going to be different between Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson. Nothing.
And all we want is a SAVE Act to say non-citizens can't vote. And I'm glad you, I saw it in your eyes. You almost were like, wait, what am I even saying? I can't believe I have to say that we don't want citizens to vote in our elections. The Democrats are very upset about certain things. Number one, that you have to have an ID to vote, like you already covered. Number two, that you have to be a citizen of the United States to vote for things that affect citizens of the United States. They're upset about that. They're upset about counting and making sure that the ballots match what the computer says.
It's silly, dude. It's silly.
They care.
They treat us
why?
like fools.
Then
They
tell
treat us
me.
like fools.
Give me one good reason why you're against rules that protect elections for both sides.
They are treating us like fools because they know we're not going to do anything about it. We have no recourse. We go to the election, we go on election day and vote for the people we feel like are going to give us the best opportunity. And yet those people let us down continually. What is our recourse? If recourse is voting, I don't feel like the voting is secure, and this is giving me another reason not to trust it. So what recourse do you have as an American citizen? None. And they know it, and they don't care. They're willing to put it in your face and rub it in your face and say, you got nothing. You can't do anything, and they're proud of it. They're happy with it.
I mean, you bring up such a great point there, and I think people need to understand and hear that. You keep telling us to go vote them out. How can we trust that we'd vote them out when they won't allow us to secure our elections? They're very upset about secure elections. That's what Democrats are. Why would you be upset about secure elections unless you wanted an unsecure election so that you could do your bidding and change the results the way that, well, it sure looks like it was in 2020, and the more information we get, the more that we see this here. That's the disturbing part about what's going on with our elections, and this is why no one can trust them, because you don't want to secure them. It's just ridiculous. I think the SAVE Act needs to be, and again, going back to the CR, if you want a clean CR, then pass it. Pass SAVE Act in Senate. You got it there. It's already been passed in the House. Go ahead and pass it. No, because Democrats don't actually want to govern. The truth of the matter is this. They want to yell and call somebody else a name. They've stopped everything that Donald Trump tried to do. And then you got Kamala Harris coming back saying, no, we should fund the wall, $100 million. Oh, no, I am for fracking. Oh, we're going to go ahead and lower the price to $35. I know that Donald Trump signed the Schedule D for seniors and made sure that insulin would never get above $35. I know he did an executive order on it. It's in the White House archives, but we're going to pretend it was our idea and do that. We're going to pretend.
And you've got a media that will do it for you. You've got the communications wing of the Democrat Party for Joe Biden, for Kamala Harris, that will take up exactly what you said. It doesn't matter that it's in the archive. It doesn't matter, because they're going to have a media that will outright lie to you, just like Stephanie Ruhle lied to America last night when she said we have Kamala Harris for this interview. She didn't ask her a question once. She asked her about working at McDonald's. She asked her if she worked the fries. That's the hard-hitting interviews that the woman who wants to be the most powerful leader in the world got served up. That's what happened. That's the protection that the Democrats provide. The media provides for the Democrats. Just like you're saying with the $35 insulin. I guarantee you, if you ask 100% of Americans, if you ask, it's just silly. Let's say we ask 100 people. I bet less than 50% would know that Donald Trump already did that.
Of course.
Because the media has 96% liberal, has already taken the story and given credit to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Of course, because that's the game that they want to continue to play.
And it works.
And it works because, you know what? No one questions them. The media is not going to question them, and they have the useful idiot on their side. They have a bunch of propaganda parrots, the Uncle Chips, the Aunt Pegs, and all of them out there that are like, they said to say Project 2025. I know it's not real deep down inside, but I got to go with this because they told me to. Oh, Donald Trump's Hitler. Oh, that's all they have. And, they're going to lie about everything that Donald Trump did. They're going to continue to do that, even though the country was in great shape when he left. They're going to pretend the games like, oh, yeah, you were not better off. He left us with the biggest mess. 9% inflation, as Joe Biden said. They will lie and lie and lie, and their people buy into it every time because they're useless sheep.
How many more millions of dollars are going to get sent to Ukraine? How many more millions? Before?
Well, 60 billion. Let's just go with that. That's the number they continue to go on, right?
60 billion. Would it be $60 billion? And then there's just, it seems lately that you hear more and more about, separate from the 60 billion, even more millions that are being allocated. What about all the weaponry that we're sending them that's probably going to lead us into World War III? The Pentagon even said, we don't have enough weapons for America if we needed them. Yet, the White House has said we're going to send our weapons, the ones that we're running short on, according to the Pentagon, to Ukraine. The Pentagon has said, hey, we shouldn't do this. This is a bad idea. And when the Pentagon is standing up, knowing that they're an outlet, an ally of the Biden and Harris White House, and they're saying this is a bad idea to send all of our weaponry to Ukraine, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, I don't care. We're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. And that's what, when you continue to fund the government, will continue to happen.
It will continue to happen, and they're going to continue to take advantage of you and continue to lie to you because you allow it, and you continue to allow it. And then, of course, the propaganda wing of the media is going to continue to allow it. The truth of the matter is this. We need to stop them from spending. We need to go ahead, and we need to demand from all of them. You need to call every single senator, congresswoman, and I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. We need to call them all and say, hey, listen to me. We want you to stop spending. We want you to start cutting back. We want you to vote on 12 separate appropriation bills for the only reason for those bills is what way they were actually intended for. No more pork, no more garbage, no more parks that you shut down and don't even allow us in when you decide to take over this authoritarian rule and tell us if we don't stay in our houses, you're going to march the police down the street and shoot us with paintball guns. Stop spending money on things we don't need.
They'll never do that. They are addicted to spending. Buddy Carter is a prime example of it. And I don't dislike Buddy personally. As a politician, I don't like him. I'm just telling you, he has voted for everything. And he's just one.
Yep.
There is a plethora just like him that are addicted to spending.
And who do they go after? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, all the ones that speak out and say, stop spending.
And because the Democrats aren't going, they don't want anything to do with stopping spending. Kamala Harris was interviewed on MSNBC talking about, we're going to create all these incentives, the $25,000 for new homeowners, and we're going to give people this tax break and that tax break. Even Stephanie Rule was like, well, how are you going to pay for that? Let's say the Republicans don't go along with, how are you going to pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, corporations will have to pay their fair share. That was her answer. Corporations will have to pay their fair share.
Stupid.
She had no answer. Even Stephanie Rule, after the interview, said she didn't answer a question. She didn't answer the question. This is the woman who has defended Kamala Harris nonstop and is going to vote for Kamala Harris, and still had to say, because she looks like a fool if she doesn't, that Kamala didn't answer any questions. Of course she didn't. She's going to continue spending. That is the plan. She told you that.
Yep.
She told you that.
And they're going to continue to. Stephanie Rule did, again, another reactive because she got called out. That's the only reason that she came out and was like, yeah, she doesn't answer any questions. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. We've been talking about that for years, but she's an installed candidate, so you can't remove her now. I know that Nancy Pelosi, once again, another lie, said they had open primaries, no big deal. That's a lie. This woman was installed into this position, and now the media is playing the game along with her. How dare Stephanie Rule come out and say that after? Why not do it in the middle of the... I know why.
She would never.
I know why. Because your job isn't serious to you. You want to be more important than your own job. You want to become someone. You want to be the one that says, I got to sit down with Kamala Harris.
And I'll get to it again.
Yeah, you don't want to be the one that the Democrats turn on because you ask her tough questions. That's the truth.
And she would never. Ever. She would never.
Stephanie Rule, you a fool.
Look what it did for the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, when he spoke up. Look what happened to him. Stephanie Rule would never. She'd get Eric Adams.
They just showed the FBI going into his house. Wow, look at that. They weaponized the FBI against him. They took his phone.
Interesting, no doubt. I want you to hear a piece of audio that I've not heard in a day or two. We've talked about it, and I think we probably even played it on the show a couple times, but it's been a while. And I got it sent to me in a text and said, oh my goodness, have you heard this? Yes, it's when Brad Raffensperger on election night 2020 said, what is left in counting will not change the outcome of the election. Yet it did, and that's why we all have questions about the 2020 election still to this day. Raffensperger, in his own words, next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
And remember, she hasn't gotten a vote. She's never gotten a single vote. So this is the party of to save our democracy. Dear Lord.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
I don't know what you're doing right now. I hope that you are prepared for this storm that's going to come through the Atlanta and the metro Atlanta area, because if you're not, well, you still got time. You still got till this evening. You need to head over to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Grab yourself some water filtration. Grab yourself some first aid kits. These trees are going to fall. You need to make sure that you have everything you need to protect your family, to make sure that you're safe as well. Make sure, hey, look, you can go grab some food right now. Stoves won't work without electricity. I don't care if you have gas. You can't fire it up without electricity. Also, they have everything you need. Everything you need, even if you need a generator, they've got it there as well. Head over to True Prep in Marietta, start saving. And even if it's just not for this storm, you need to start thinking about things later on in the future. Whether or not water can be contaminated, we already know it can. Whether or not you're going to need food, we already know that there are sometimes you may need some freeze-dried food. So go check it out. They've got everything you need, whether you want to do it yourself or have it prepackaged. They got your water filtration. They got your first aid kits. Real EMT life-saving first aid kits. And one of the other great things they have, firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo, and they have it all at the lowest price around. They're locally owned and operated. Plus, they care about the community so much. They even have workshops almost every single weekend and throughout the week. Even community events like blood drives. You need to make sure that you take advantage of some of those, especially the Intro to Emergency Preparedness and the Bug Out class. Go to their website, trueprep.com, and you can sign up for some of those classes right there. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Oh man, look at my backyard. Looks like a tornado met a hurricane in a desert. I'm going to tell her to turf off. Or maybe you'd rather turf on with ATL Turf Co., the Southeast's leading turf installer. Whether you'd like a new football field, putting green, or have us create the perfect maintenance-free backyard of your dreams, find ATLTurfCo.com. Make your yard great again. Visit ATLTurfCo.com and see what we've created for customers like you in the Southeast. ATLTurfCo.com. And no more yard cackling.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
Election season is here, and regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, we can all experience the stress of uncertainty. Fear of the unknown can cause us to postpone important decisions that impact our lives, especially in retirement planning. Resist hesitation and contact Masterplan Retirement Consultants, a holistic retirement planning firm dedicated to creating a retirement plan to help with all of life's surprises. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life to see you to and through retirement. Don't leave your retirement up to chance. Create a plan for your retirement and pursue peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 106.3 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug, Rhino, and Losa on the Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. Everybody's paying attention to the weather. Everybody's tracking Helene. Atlanta under a tropical storm warning, which sounds crazy, I know, but we'll be watching it, as will you, and talking about it. Want to let you know that 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. And if you've got a leaky roof damage, or siding gutter damage, call the experts at Southern Exteriors. 200,000 exterior jobs successfully completed. More than 30 field managers, so they have the manpower and the resources to get your job done immediately. If you see a little brown spot in the ceiling that you've been waiting to get repaired, now is the time to get it done with all of this incredible rain, Rhino, that has come about to
You
come
need to
through
market.
town.
You know where
Exactly
they're coming
right.
from. Call Southern Exterior. Say, hey, I found them. Come here. Help me.
Get it done. No waiting around for days. They'll get it done today. 8779 Southern, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co. So get that stuff done, because this rain is going to be extraordinary. I mean, we're about to get dumped on for a little bit, and these trees and all that stuff, man. That's what makes people. At least that's what's making me nervous, because our house is surrounded by trees. Our whole lot is pretty much wooded, and you know, you got trees that lean a little bit anyway, like they grow sideways, because our neighborhood's hilly to begin with, so they lean funny. And last night my wife was like, we should have got those trees cut down. I'm like, which ones are there's 1,000 of them, we can't afford to cut them all down, you know. But she's nervous about it.
So expensive
potential,
to do.
it is. But those trees potentially falling on the house, I mean, we have insurance, but still.
Listen, you don't want to have to deal with all of that.
Dude,
you know that.
No, it'd be the worst.
It's
Absolute
the worst. Yeah, you know, somebody watered their garden yesterday like a, dummy. I was like, what am I doing?
Seriously.
What am I doing?
Yeah, but you know what? They needed the water yesterday.
Now my tomatoes are all going to split because they got too much water. I'm going to be so upset.
I know, right? They ain't nothing better than a tomato on the vine. Good Lord, those things are tasty.
so good.
I want to take you back to election night 2020. And when you were looking, I know, right? It's hard to because it's so frustrating. We have so many questions, and there's not been any answers, which is surprising. Should be surprising. Surprising to me that we have no answers. And I want to play you a piece of audio. Election night, when Brad Raffensperger was on television, and they were showing the numbers that had been showed Donald Trump with a nice lead in Georgia. And there was about 2% of the vote that had not come in. They were still counting. And the hosts were asking Raffensperger, all right, we kind of see, what do you expect? Listen to his answer.
Biden had high hopes late in the game of flipping this election, but we shall see. Is Georgia, and that state's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, is with us.
We want to know, when are we going to get your votes? When are we going to find out who's won your state?
Well, we have about 2% left to go. We had great success yesterday. We had 4.7 million voters that voted. Record breaker for us. Beats the 4.1 in 2016. We also had average wait time of only 2 minutes, statewide average. We have about 2% left to go, and you can see where we are right now with the results that have been reported. I don't think it'll change any of the outcomes, but that's what really people that make those predictions do.
I don't think
2% less to go.
Less than 2% to go.
Yep.
I don't expect it to change any of the outcomes. Trump was ahead.
51 46, if I remember, or was it somewhere around there?
Yeah.
48.
Regardless, it was a comfortable lead.
Very big lead.
And then all of a sudden, things changed. Why? That's the thing that drives me up the wall. The man went on national television on the Today Show and said, yeah, we don't expect any changes. And yet, there were massive changes. You wonder why people are concerned about their elections not being secure, are pissed because the federal government is doing nothing, Republicans specifically doing nothing about securing the election. We have Janelle King, who is a friend of this show and a member of the team. You can listen to her show on the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays here on Extra 106.3, part of the Georgia State Election Board, working so hard to secure the elections for you because of crap just like that.
Because Democrats want to cheat. Because Democrats have to cheat. Because they know they can't win any other way without cheating. And that's exactly who they are. So they lie, which is everything they've come out of their mouths. Project 2025, complete lie. Suckers and losers, complete lie. Good people on both sides, complete lie. Russia, complete lie. Our elections are secure, complete lie. The reality was, listen to what they said at the beginning of this. When are we going to get the answers? When are we going to get the numbers? When are we going to get the votes in? Well, isn't that funny? Because weren't they running on the Dominion voting machines at that time? Weren't they running on machines? They weren't doing the hand counting. And are you telling me it still took too long? So are you going to tell me that if precincts go and just count ballots? And again, they're not going to go through looking for names and all of this stuff. They're just counting to say, hey, here's a paper. Let's match it up to the numbers we got on the machine. You think that's a big problem? No, of course it's not. So then why are they fighting this back so bad? Because that was an easy way to get a victory. When President Trump says, let me find those 11,000 votes, it means there were over 12,000 votes that were taken back from Donald Trump. Where did they go? Why? And why at that time, when you already said with 2% remaining, this is a done deal. Donald Trump won Georgia. That's why Carlos and I still remember that day because he and I text John Kincaid, who is a good friend that worked over at 680 The Fan. Now I'm up in Philadelphia. We were all texting that same day thinking the same thing, like, what happened the next day? What happened? What happened? Where did those votes go? This is a corrupt system. It's run by Brad Raffensperger. The fact that that man could get on TV and then not ask for a forensic audit to find out where everything went, that just really made me ask questions, and I will continue to ask questions.
It's not just him, though. That's the thing.
Oh, no, there's an entire market of them.
Absolutely. Look, I wonder why Brian Kemp hasn't spoken about it. I wonder why a ton of people haven't spoken about it. I know why. Yeah. So Raffensperger goes on national television, and he says we have about 2% left to go. Mm-hmm. As you can see, we are where we are right now, Trump in the lead.
And wasn't that at like midnight or later when that interview was happening, correct?
Yeah. Yep. It will not change the outcome is what he said.
Nope. Trump won.
We don't guess. What we do is report. Meaning, if 100% of that 2% that was remaining went for Joe Biden, Donald Trump still won the state of Georgia. And you wonder why people have so many questions about what happened in 2020. They're called election deniers. They're called all kinds of names to get them to change their opinion, to change the way they feel about it. And they shouldn't. They should stick with it because your gut's telling you right.
The only way that could have possibly happened if, let's just say, the machines were hacked and you could switch votes. And, of course, that can't oh, wait.
Ravensburger says it can.
It can. In fact, they're saying that that's part of the vulnerability of these systems. And in fact, they did another entire video yesterday, which got taken down real quick, of just a regular guy putting a USB on and changing all the votes from one candidate to another. Yeah, this can happen because we know that's a vulnerability. But instead of actually taking an update, Brad Ratburger wants to go ahead and say, we'll wait till after the election. That's ironic. That's ironic because I guarantee if Brian Kemp was the one running for president, I don't think that they'd wait till after the election to switch things around.
That'll do it for us. If you have the same questions we do, it's understandable. 404-741-1230 is always open, and we're always inviting you to be a part of the show at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. I want to believe in the election integrity of the state that I live in, born and raised in, and love like nothing else.
Me too.
I want to. And maybe one day I will. I don't right now.
If we have a good state election board.
Yeah, thankfully, we do have Janelle King fighting on our side. We have her on the good side. And it's so obvious that she is the good guy because she's being attacked relentlessly. And I applaud her and I appreciate the work she's doing. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. With all this rain coming in, call them today if you've got roof issues. 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. Turn this thing over to Beck. He'll be on until noon, then Clay and Buck. And then remember, Kimmer out today, Guy Benson in. Y'all come back now, you hear? The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 1063 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
President John F. Kennedy would have hated today's Democrat Party. John F. Kennedy was a business. He said what's good for General Motors is good for America. He was a whole different kind of Democrat. And he would be proud of Robert Kennedy.